Good morning, everyone. Welcome to another damp Doune on this sunny June Sunday. No, it's a bit damp here today, I'm afraid. After yesterday's warm spells, we woke up this morning to a damp track and a threat of more wet weather coming on during the day. So I'm not sure how many people are on the hill at the moment watching in the paddocks, etc. But welcome to Doune. Welcome to this fifth practice run for the runners. Obviously very well needed this morning with conditions totally different from yesterday. Welcome to everybody watching online also from around the world. Yes, the commentator has had his cup of tea, has had his sausage roll and is ready to go for the rest of today. So at the moment we're currently running through the batches of carters for the various classes, and after they've all had one practice run this morning, they will then have into competition runs. They will have one set of timed runs, And then there'll be 2 runoffs, one for the top 10 tin top challenge, which will be the fastest tin top cars here this weekend. We've only got 11, I think, eligible competitors this weekend for the tin top challenge, so somebody will get unlucky and not qualify. And we then have the British Hillclimb Championship top 12 runoff. This is round 13, and that will be held at the end of the morning, and then after lunchtime we shall go through the whole rigmarole without the practice. We'll go back to competition runs and 2 runoffs in the afternoon. So that is the planned programme. Obviously weather conditions may affect how that runs, but hopefully we'll get in the 4 planned runoffs that are part of the national programmes running the whole year. And this is the first round of the year, first round we're having here at Doune this year. We will be back again in September. As I said, we practiced yesterday, and for those who have been following the Hillclimb Championship, the overall quickest time yesterday was set by Sean Gould in the Gould GR59 with 36.17, which compares to the Hill record of 34.91. Second yesterday was Will Hall at 39.39. And third was Matthew Ryder, 36.39, and third was Matthew Ryder, 36.57. If you're watching online, in fact, you'll see the times coming up on the left of the screen. But for those here on the site, Wallace Mingus was 4th fastest, and then young Alex Coles in the turbocharged 4th, 5th, followed by Jonathan Varley, Stuart Sogden, and David Warburton. And David only took 1 run yesterday before he had an issue with the car, but the car was fixed in the afternoon and is ready to go today, so hopefully David will be out and will be showing us some good times later on. He'll be out very shortly actually. So that's the end of that batch of cars, which is now returned to Paddock. For those who are new to hill climbing, we have a holding paddock at the top of the hill, which holds about 20-25 cars. So we have to send them off in batches at a time, and then bring them back to empty the paddock and send the next batch up. So we have about 90 entries today overall. And we have also got 2 separate sets of runners here. We have what we call the interclub runners, which are those with an interclub licence, and the majority of those are competing in the Scottish Hillclimb Championship, although there are some visitors from down south who have an interclub licence. They're coming up here for the first time, in fact, so welcome to them. And then we have the national runners who will follow on after the interclub. Unfortunately, as with any motorsport event, we have a number of non-starters today, and once we start the runs in the afternoon and we see who makes it through to the afternoon, we'll give you a list of the runners and riders as we go through the day. If you're on site, I have a programme. The interclub runners are on pages 16 and 17 of the programme, and the national runners start on page 10 actually, page 10, and we have space also in the programme for you to fill in the top 10 and top 12 qualifiers and their times during the runoffs. So my name is John Brown and I'll be your sole commentator today, I'm afraid. So unlike some of the other hills where we have 3 or 4 commentators up and down the hill. We only have one here, but I have a full screen of the stream in front of me, so for the benefit of those on the hill and online, I'll be able to keep you fully up to date with what is happening throughout the day. If you're watching on the screen, look at the car coming down the hill now. It's the chrono of Simon Bainbridge, who will be one of the favourites for the top 10 tin tops because he's a reigning champion from last year. That's an amazing 4.2 litre engine, Audi engine in that car, specially developed by Simon, used a lot in sprinting in the British Sprint Championship. Just about fills the track here at Doune, so excited to see that car in the slightly damper conditions. We've got people from all around the world, so welcome from Albuquerque in New Mexico. I see we've got one now. And Johor in Malaysia. So welcome to you all from around the world at your various times of the day and night. And hello to you, Eric. Eric Lausch, who I know was on the stream yesterday, as was Tom Ridinger, who's also on again today. So thank you for supporting us here in Britain at the British Hillclimb Championship here in Doune. Doune started as a hill climb back in 1968, and I'm afraid to say I was here at that very first event, so I have a fair history here of coming to Doune. And it's obviously changed over the years, but the basic is still the same. Narrow track at the bottom through sleepers and Amco barriers, up through the tunnel under the trees, up to junction, be around to the right, across the meadow, fairly flat through the meadow, a couple of kinks in the meadow, and then up to the bottom of East Bray, the steepest part of the circuit, and up to the top of East Bray. And as you get to the top of East Bray, if you haven't been here before, you just don't know where the road's going. It disappears away from you. There's a sharp right at the top, across the top of East Bray, and then through the S's, and across the top, the finishing line at the very end. So some new Arco barrier there on the inside of the top corner, and as I say, the record is in the 34.91 seconds set by Alex Summers. Unfortunately, Alec is not here this weekend. Alec is running a part-time season this year, just a quieter season. He's just had a new baby, so he's running mainly the Midland rounds down in England, and is still, despite that limited participation, is still in the top 10 of the British Championship, having had a win at Shelsley Walsh 2 weeks ago. But all the other runners who you expect to see in the Hillclimb Championship here in Britain are present these days. The top runners: Matthew Ryder, the champion; Will Hall, Wallace Mingies, Trevor Willis, Dave Duran, Sean Gould, Jack Cottrell, Nicola Mingies. All regular point scorers, and also Paul Hames in the turbocharged Gould, and Alex Coles, Stuart Sugden, Jonathan Varley, and the Warburtons. All people have scored points this year in the championship. And will we see some 1 litre cars, 1100cc cars in the runoffs today? Certainly we have some of them close to top 10, run top 12 times yesterday. The fastest of them is Gary Warren, local driver here at Doune. And that noise you may have heard through the microphone is Richard Matossian coming to the line in the GWR Raptor, originally hill climb by Robert Kenrick. This one runs a BMW engine, and it currently holds the hill record here for the class. Kenrick's record was a 37.76 back in 2019, the year in which he dominated the class and set records all the way across the country. He hasn't been seen, however, since that time, since COVID. So many of his records still stand. They'll probably stand for quite a while. But this is Richard Tossian, having bought the car off Robert a few years ago. Now really coming to grips with it, and the car's running really well these days. Richard was 15th fastest overall yesterday in practice so far. And in contrast, he's followed up the hill by Sarah Bosworth in the Formula 4 Van Diemen, which he's sharing with Lindsay Summers. We have 6 entrants in the Formula 4 class here this weekend, 3 cars, 2 drivers each. And currently leading after practice, the fastest practice runner in the Formula 4 class was the current leader in the British Hillclimb Cup for that class, Jimmy Harris. Times here in the Formula 4, about 8 to 10 seconds slower than yesterday. Well, let's see if Becca Crocombe has 69.57, very close our time from yesterday. So Becca's first time here at Doune, loving it, she says. Her favourite hill climb now. She's just started climbing 2 years ago. And the car on the screen at the moment is her co-driver and the owner of the car, Lawrence Marks. It's a Van Diemen RS84. One of the many Van Diemens produced by Ralph Furman down in his factory in Norfolk. So 84 means it's 1984 model. This particular model only survived that 1 year. An interesting design, and didn't quite work as well as expected. So the new, in 1985, the new model Van Diemen was totally different from this one. And that's Lawrence across the line, just 1 second ahead of his co-driver Rebecca Crocombe. So Jimmy Harris is leading the class at the moment at 48 seconds. In practice, of course, these runs only in practice. They don't count towards any championships or anything. We're now into the some more of the 1100cc cars. This is Tom Morgan. Shares with his father Steve. Issue late yesterday when they had basically a master brake cylinder failed. So they had a few hours last evening fixing that, and the car is back to full throttle again. And Steve Wally's first time here at Doune as well, so I'd say quite a few newcomers to the hill this weekend. So just coming up the top of Beach Parade there, Gary Warren, it's a local driver. Certainly Scottish driver, comes from Aberdeen actually, so fairly local. Current Scottish champion and quickest, as I say, of the 1100s during practice yesterday. It's a bit of a slide at the top of the hill of East Bray there for Will Hamer. This family OMS 20A share with his brother Ben, and this year they fit a BMW 2s as well. So you get 2 BMW 1100 single seaters amongst all Suzuki's. Jimmy Harris in the hill in the Formula 4, as I say, leading the class after the practice at the moment. Currently third in the British Hillclimb Cup, just 2 points behind the joint leaders, Jonathan Varley and David Warburton. And also the winner of the Pre-94 Formula 4 Challenge 2 years ago. Doune is. It's such a tricky course, but it seems to inspire loyalty amongst people. We have a number of drivers who come from all over the country, from as far south as Cornwall and Devon, up to Cape Des, the north of Scotland. And Andy Short is one of those, currently going through the last bend. Came to the hill a few years ago now, and comes up back every year. Andrew Patterson just got through the top of the hill there in the PCD Saxon, previously driven by Steve Marr, as David Warburton leaves the line in his first run since he had an issue yesterday. He had a funny noise in the car, so it came to a halt up at junction. I thought it was a drop valve, but discovered in fact it was a loose exhaust header. It was re-welded and fixed, and it's obviously in full flow now up through to junction and they went to Meadow. So of course it's 1600cc, Suzuki. Jonathan Fletcher judging across the line in his OMS. Here's Jason Tunnicliffe in his 1 litre turbocharged Empire Evo. Jason is a late entry, so it's not in the programme for those watching here at home. So just going back, David Warburton at a 44.91 there, which is the fastest so far today. And that's Sean Gould now in the hill, the fastest man so far in practice yesterday. Sean Gould in the GR59. He shares with current Hillclimb champion and championship leader, Matt Ryder. And that's the end of the batch as Sean goes up through the meadow and up over top of East Bray. And so Sean's time today is a 43.47, so that is the quickest so far, about 1.5 seconds ahead of David Warburton. But as you see, the Class L, the racing cars over 2 litres. Sean is currently the fastest of that in the practice, followed by Will Hall, Matthew Ryder, Wallace Mingus, Jack Cottrell, Dave Duran and Trevor Willis. So that's the end of that batch of cars. I think there's one more batch after this before we get into timed runs. Yep, we've got another batch of about 14 cars. And then after they come back, we will start with the first set of timed runs here, which count towards championship points and awards at the end of the day. Each run you see during the class runs counts as a round of the British Championship and a round of the inter-club runners, and also a round of the National British Hillclimb Cup for the national runners. So 2 rounds available, 2 sets of points available for those competitions today. But at the end of the weekend, at the end of the meeting, the award for the class goes to a fastest overall over the 2 runs. The better run of the 2 count. So if you hear me talk about a class leader, it will be later on in the day. Will be the leader looking at the better of each driver's 2 runs. But as I say, each run is a separate round of the championship, just to make things complicated. See the cars coming down the hill, and hello to Singapore. We've got SQ318 tuning in. And yes, it's a damp one here doing this morning. Hello to It's Me. That's Hillclimb fan. Hello, hand pink waving. Question with Donald Bond. Do they differentiate if the track is wet or dry? Well, no, there's no declaration of it's a wet track or a dry track. The drivers just have to look at the track and decide what tyres they want to run. There's no specification that says it's a wet track, you have to wear wet tyres. It's just what you feel confident in using. So sometimes you'll see them in the mixed conditions you can get when it's not wet and not dry. You may find them with wet tyres at the front and dries at the back, or vice versa, depending how they want the car to grip better and how they think conditions are. So you'll find that probably at lunchtime there'll be quite a few drivers will be, if I have to have had a run this morning, then they got this afternoon, the conditions may be different. So you may find drivers walking up the hill just to check out the worst spots. Obviously, with tree cover being variable up here, where they are crossing the meadow now will be dry a bit quicker than under the trees. So it's very much tricky conditions in the intermediate between wet and dry, and each driver makes his own decision about how he wants to play the game and tire up his car. So on the hill at the moment, Gavin McLaren in his Pilbury MP88, the ex-George Bleasdale car, and I'm following up with Jonathan Varley in the GWR Predator. Jonathan Varley, 2-litre record holder here, just outside the point scoring positions. Or the numbers in the championship, currently 11th in the British Hillclimb Championship with 15 points. And he crosses the line at 47.26. There's Alex Coles now in the little 1.3 turbocharged Force. This could be exciting in conditions. Alex, young challenger, doing very well. Regular qualifier for the top 12 runoffs. He only missed out at Craigantlet, but he didn't actually go to Craigantlet, so qualified for all other runoffs. He's competed in this season. And that's a 45.58 for Alex Coles. Paul Hames, who, if you were watching the stream yesterday, you'll have seen Paul having a bit of a moment just after the first corner. Basically, trying to get tyres to work. The tyre situation currently in British Hillclimbing is not great, with dry tyres near the end of their lives and no new ones being available. So Paul was trying huge ears on the back yesterday, and Avon's in the front. I'm not sure what he's wearing today, but he's still experimenting, trying to get the best combination of tyres for the conditions. Obviously not so crystal today, with probably one set of wet tyres to go for. Paul is 1300 turbocharged Gould, one of the early Gould GR59s. So he's had it for about 8 or 10 years now. He's across the line at 45.17. Here's Aaron Colburn, who scored, qualified for Runoff in Craigantlett this year. A couple of 12th positions. There's Van Diemen with a Ford engine in the back of it. An ex-circuit racing car. So not quite specifically for hill climbing, but it's being adapted by the family to get the best from it for the hill climbs. Time for Adam is a 47.13. Simon Andrews in the big OMS 28, which is sharing this weekend with Steve Owen. The next man on the hill is Stuart Sugden in the Raptor. Now a 1300 turbocharged in this Raptor, which was developed last year, fully now coming on stock. Very exciting. It shelled a few weeks ago. Done some work to it since then, and is quick and a bit less clunky, I think I should say, than it was 2 weeks ago. So Stuart should, on his home hill here, should qualify, have a good chance of qualifying for the top 12. Jack Coster on the big Dallara, 2.65 Cosworth edge in the back of this. Stuart Sugden at 14.61. As you can see, Alex Coles leads the class after practice at the moment. Stuart Sugden second and Paul Hames third. Jack Cottrell 43.52. It's a good time from Jack there in the conditions. Jack is currently 6th in the championship. Now Dave Duren, new traction control in the car this year. So popping and banging off the line there, but he's away and through Oak Tree now. Down towards Garden Gate. Dave Wren's time there, Dave Wren 44.16. So by far I'm showing Gould's time there. Trevor Willis in the OMS. And then followed by Willis Mingies. Four-time champion. Local favourite, of course, here at Doune. Coming from just along the road. And this well-known Gould. Wallace 3.3 litre Cosworth engine in the back of this one. And the quickest time off the line, 2.48 seconds. of that group of cars. Wallace, the first of a batch of 3 GR59 we're going to see, so Wallace gets the top. And that's a 42.33. That's significantly quickest so far today. Alex Coles is one of the... So this is Will Hall. Will was second quickest yesterday. And his GR59, he'll be followed up by Matt Ryder. And his GR59. That's a 41.75 from Will Hall. Last of the championship contenders having their practice. And it's Matthew Ryder on the car that's just left the line. We've just been watching the state-of-the-art cars we have in hill climbing here in Britain for 2025. Matthew Ryder's time 43.10. So these are state-of-the-art cars for 2025. At the car now, Stu Robb in the Pilbeam MP57, which is a state-of-the-art car from 1985, 96, 87, that kind of period. There's one of 2 MP57s built by Mike Pilbeam, of both of which Stu Robb has owned. I think he's still got both of them in various states. The other one is perhaps in bits. Be used for space for this one, but this is chassis number 2, he tells me, which was driven by champion Martin Bolsover and passed through many other famous owners and British hill climbers. So that's the end of the practice. So now we go and we're starting the class competitive time runs now. That's the first car on the hill in the number 772 Ewan Bruce in the family MGZR, competing in class J1 for drivers aged 14 to 16. Ewan started climbing last year, I think it was, and currently holds the class record. The only driver to compete in the class in his MG, but his class record now stands at 58.59. So Ewan's father will be seen in the next batch of cars. It's the first batch of double-driven cars. So this is Ewan Bruce. Ewan carefully up and over the finish of the hill, and it's a 61.68. So that's the first of our competitive times of the day. Now we've got another class record holder. This is Jody Gordon. If you've got a program, Jody holds the record in class A1. Not Gary Dixon. Jody's time is at 52.09 for the class record. And he and Gary were close to that time yesterday. So a good battle being expected between Jody Gordon and Gary Dixon, who we'll see shortly. So Jody sharing with his father, Campbell Gordon, who we'll see also the next batch. George's class record is a 52.09. He won't get close to that today, at least not in this first run. And the next car after Jody Gordon is Mike King in Mazda, who had a good tank slapper after the finishing line, across the finishing line yesterday, having lost a little bit out of the top corner. Time for Jody Gordon is a 56.69. Mike King followed by Thomas Rapson. Now, this is not, again, a change to program. Thomas entered in a Subaru Impreza, but he had an issue with the engine yesterday and now transferred to his father's Audi TT RS. So time now for Mike King in the Mazda is a 56.99. And Thomas Rapson followed up by Scott Sheridan in the single-seater Reynard. And Scott shares that car with his wife Leslie. Time for Thomas Rapson in the Audi is a 53.09. And the time for Scott Sheridan is a 51.54. So that should be the end of that batch, I believe. The red flags are out at the top of each spray I see on the screen, and so we will then have these cars back down and the rest of the inter-club entry. If you have a program, just a few changes in the program. As the Thomas Rapson is now driving an Audi TTRS in the Class A3. In Class A9 we have an extra entry, and that's number 91, Rob Kinghorn from Inverurie, driving a Mazda MX-5. Class B2, James Clark in the Peugeot is a non-starter. Class C4, Charles Forsyth number 104 is a non-starter. And Class D1, you won't see Steve Bryant's large Ford Falcon today either, number 22. But all these drivers will be scoring points if they're entered into the Scottish Championship. And we also have the Lowland and Highland Speed Championship available for points gathering today as well. We might get some dry conditions for a while here, and what we don't of course really want is to have showers off and on, such that some of the classes get wet conditions and some get drier conditions, and that could affect who qualifies for the runoffs at the end of the day. Let's see, there are only 11 entries I think eligible for the tin top runoff, but obviously we have many more than that eligible for the British Hillclimb Championship runoff. I think we've got about 35 runners about that number eligible for British Hillclimb Championship Runoff. So, and they're spread across classes all the way through the programme. So yes, change of weather conditions could spring a surprise of those who qualify. Not for the first time. And just approach the bottom of the hill now, Stu Robb in that 40-year-old Pilby. So here we are back to the next batch of cars, and it's an unusual car for hill climbing. Honda Jazz, 1.3 litre engine for Ian Wright. Number of unusual cars in this class: Honda Jazz, Rover Mini, MG ZR, Datsun Cherry, Peugeot 205, Vauxhall Corsa, a wide spread of up to 400cc saloon cars. Favourite must be either Jody Gordon or Gary Dixon. Gary Dixon actually was below the record in practice with a 51.93, but obviously that time will not be approachable on this run, even for Gary. So Ian Wright just approached the finishing line. That's 61.43 for Ian Wright. Hamilton followed up by Auntie Reid in the Cherry. John Bruce presumably changing with Ewan Bruce. So he should be up sometime soon, but it's John Hamilton and Auntie Reid. And John Hamilton at 69.99. And to read this Cherry then, Gary Dixon, look out for Gary Dixon now in the white and green Vauxhall. Rattled the barriers, just into a junction on one of his runs yesterday. No damage done. And he's setting fastest time in the class at the moment. Purple sector through Garden Gate. I haven't seen him on the screen at the moment. Here he comes through junction. Time for Auntie Reid at 66.62. So Gary Dixon, can he beat 56.69? Yes, he can. At 55.37 for Gary Dixon goes into the lead in the class. Malcolm McDonald in the Citroen, running in fact in class A2 for 40 to 2 litres, a 2 litre Citroen C2 GT. And then we have Neil Goodwood in his Audi. Neil, who actually holds the Mazda record here. When he regular Mazdas for a number of years. Malcolm McDonald crosses the line. 66.29, just himself to beat in that class. So Neil Goodwood Audi, followed by David Reid, regular champion here in Scotland in the road cars, and it's starting to rain again quite heavily now on the screen, I can see. Neil Gerwood carefully through the top bend to the finishing line, 62.58. And after David Reid now going across the meadow, Tommy Rapson in the Audi follows up his son Thomas at a 53.09 in slightly drier conditions, I think. So David Reid at 54.89, running second in class. And Tommy Rapson now. So Tommy Rapson heading up towards the top of the hill, followed by Alexander Reid in this interesting Luego Mark II. It's a rotary 2.6 Mazda twin rotor in the back of, at the front of the Luego. The question was asked yesterday, was it made in South Africa? It's actually made in Aberdeenshire here in Scotland. A few more details about that car later. Time for Tommy Rapson is a 53.63, which is second in class behind son Thomas. So both the early drivers ahead of David Reid. Alexander Reid's time is a 53.0, no, it's 53.88 at the start of the S's. Still going strong, Alexander Reid. 63.64 in Luego. And here's John Welsh in his turbocharged Westfield. John's had this Westfield for a few years, originally normally aspirated, but added a turbocharger. So Alexander is 63.64, and the time for John Welsh is a 65.05. No sign of John Salthouse, number 87. So next to the hill is Neil Ross in his Porsche Boxster. We're still waiting to see the double-driven John Bruce and Campbell Gordon cars. Neil Ross, they're very close to the cone and the middle of the S's. And Neil Ross has a time of 59.20. Neil Ross 59.20. John Shirley is Neil Ross's competition in Class A8. Ferrari 355. Jim King in the Mazda, through his son Michael. Michael was already up in a 56.99. Time for John Shirley is a 64.66. Jim King's Mazda, followed by addition to the programme Rob Kinghorn, a newcomer to the hill in his Mazda. Jim King's time 58.65. And the contrast to Mazda, we now have Peter Weering in his Morris Mini. Lovely blue and orange Gulf colours on the Weering Mini. See through the screen, the rain is still coming down fairly heavily. The poor marshals well wrapped up in their orange cagoules, etc. So grateful thanks to marshals for standing out in this kind of weather. And we've been a marshal at the top of Doune in a rainstorm. I know how chilly it can be as the wind blows across there, so many thanks to all the marshals on the hill. Rob Kinghorn's time is a 66.46. And the Peter Weering Mini now across the meadow, followed by John Bruce going back to Class A1. So So these new two cars, final cars in Class A1, John Bruce and Campbell Gordon in slightly wetter conditions, I think, than the rest of their classmates. Peter Weering very cautious through the top S's there. .80.10 for Peter Weering, 80.10 for John Bruce. He, if he gets into 50s, high 50s, he'll be third in class. Also, Campbell Gordon still to follow as well. John Bruce into 60s already, 61.97. Actually goes fourth in class at the moment. And just Campbell Gordon, the last runner in Class A1. Gordon's experimenting a bit yesterday with tyres and suspension settings. They decided to revert back to what they knew for the last runs yesterday. And I guess we're going to relearn it all again today. Puddle almost at the top of his bray there as Campbell Gordon goes up and over. So this is the end of a patch, in fact. So Campbell Gordon crosses the line as a 62.29. So I think that just shows you how much wetter that those last runners got compared to the rest of the class. So the class is currently led there by Gary Dixon at 55.37 from Jody Gordon at 56.69, and then Ian Wright 61.43 in the Honda. John Bruce, Campbell Gordon, Anthony Reid and John Hamilton. And look at that rain coming down now here, so I'm sure there are very few spectators on the hill here in person. So yeah, it's a big change of weather from yesterday, Larry. We were expecting it. And message there from David Patrick, Chief Marshal down at Gurston Down, checking in, wishing Becky Crocombe, Lawrence Mars and all the other Gurston regulars all the best for their runs today. So thank you, David, for that message. We had a Gurston meeting last weekend and there's another coming up in 2 weeks' time. Local meetings. Oh, we've got a warning also from chilly Sydney in Australia. Sorry you're chilly over there, but do you want some rain? We'll send you some if you want to. Alan Swinton. And thank you, Steve Dawes, reporting again from Australia. Plenty of awesome cars running. There are indeed a wide variety of cars in British Hillclimb. Another one from Australia. So Martin Moore, it's winter here in Australia. Yes, it probably is, but not as gloomy as it looks on TV. So thank you all for tuning in from far off around the world. It's good to know that we're getting the very surprisingly unknown sport of speed hill climbing across the world. When I say I'm going to be commentating at a hill climb, the first initial reaction people I know, people running up a hill. No, they're using cars, and then we get to the cars, and the cars going up a hill, grassy tracks, people bouncing in them, and I say, no, that's trials. So they say, well, what is it then? And I just point them towards the YouTube and say, just look at a hill climb in car from Doune, and you'll see what hill climbing is all about. And if you want to see in car from Doune, just type in Doune to YouTube, Doune Alex Summers, Doune Josh Goodyear, Doune Graham White. You'll see some spectacular in-car videos from years gone past. And yes, of one more passion into club. Which will also include some of the double-driven cars from the national runners. So going back to classes, Malcolm McDonald running himself in Class A2. Class A3, leading time is Thomas Rapson, 53.09, from Tommy Rapson, 53.63, and David Reed, 54.89. No sign of John Salthouse in the Porsche Boxer, which is a shame. John, a rookie here at Doune, so maybe decided to be cautious today. Started off the 72nd mark yesterday, got down to 58 second his third run. Very, very excited and pleased to be here, but obviously not taking a run this morning. In Class A8, it's Neil Ross at 59.2 from John Shirley 64.66. The Mazda is led by Michael King at 56.99 from Father Jim 58.65 and Bob Kinghorn at 66.46. Peter Whelan by himself in the Mini, and now we've got Craig Spooner, not a Scotsman but from the Midlands, so not registered with the Scottish Championship, regular in the Midland Hillclimb Championship, and not enjoyable, I imagine, in an open car here at Doune. And then look out for the car coming up the hill after Craig Spooner's Colin Graham in a rally specification Opel Ascona. Colin, you'll have seen if you've been regular to Doune in the single-seater OMS in the past, but now for this season coming out in this lovely Opel. Maybe a good car for the conditions. Which may mean in fact we're not going to see Colin Robertson in the MG3, who should be out before the Opel, because after the Opel now is Mark Rennie in his Ford Fiesta. But Craig Spooner carefully over the top of East Bray. Well, there's a bit of a puddle forming in the middle of the S's. And just be very central there, just get to the top of the hill, then have to wait in the holding paddock while the rain lashes down. 73.29 for Craig Spooner. Colin Graham in the Opel going across the meadow now, followed by Mark Rennie. And these are sports saloon Liebers, these cars. And Colin Graham across the line at 71.09. Followed up by Michael Bartlett in a first Lieber cars as a Radical. Again, another newcomer to the hill. So Mark Rennie a bit quicker at the moment than Colin Graham was. There's a more developed racing Fiesta around the rally spec Opel. Time for Mark Rennie though is at 73.41. Michael Bartlett for his first time here at the hill is a good 60.43 in the right conditions. Now it's Ledger Sheridan. Husband Scott did a 51.54. And Ledger was followed up by Tom Graham, Tom Graham the Megapin. Leslie across the line, 54.75 for Leslie. Tom Graham and Meg in. I think we've got a problem here. Tom's off, and there's a rescue vehicle going up to help see where Tom's got to. So we'll have a bit of a break for the moment while this red flag incident's dealt with, and we'll get back to you very shortly. There's a bit of a delay here. I see the marshal's out looking at the conditions at the top of the hill. Just through the edges, there's a bit of a puddle forming there. Yes, glorious Scottish sunshine, Dave Patrick. We are keeping as right as we can in the commentary position, but obviously the poor marshals is out there experiencing the worst of the conditions. And thank you for the comment from WZ. Great coverage, cameras. And I hope you're enjoying it on a large screen. Get full benefit of the action here. With 517 people, I think, watching at the moment. And yes, I have to thank obviously Rich Danby and Eleanor for their work in setting all this up on Friday, putting the cameras up. Their task will be worse later when they've got to get the wet cameras and wet equipment all back into the van and head off to their next assignment. But next weekend they have a weekend off, having had 3 weekends in a row, Shelsley Walsh, Luton Park and here. They've got a weekend off next weekend before I think Hayward is the weekend after. As I say, the main event today, shall we say, is a replay now coming up of some earlier incidents on the hill. Alec Coles in the force in practice yesterday. See how different the conditions were. Alex Cole's run yesterday about 37.33 yesterday, I think, for Alex, and then as conditions today, a contrast there between those two pictures. So I think we've a bit of a delay here. The weather conditions are getting really torrential rain. The car we had an incident with just got off, obviously just after the start line. So there will be some damage to the barriers along there. So if we can get some more action from yesterday up on the screen, that'd be really good, Rich. Some interesting action from yesterday was across the day. So the current situation in the British Hillclimb Championship, as I say, the major event here at Doune this weekend. This is round 14 of the championship, 13 and 14 of the championship today. And at the moment, Matthew Ryder in the Gould is leading. 114 points. He's had seven run-off wins this year out of the 12 runs we've had. And followed up in second place with Wallace Mingies. He's 102. And Wallace has had 3 wins. And then third in the championship is Will Hall on 82 points, having won the first round at Prescott. But didn't do too well at Shelsley last weekend. His last run, he had an issue with the car and finished out of the points. Fourth in the championship is Sean Gould on 74, and then Trevor Willis on 53. Jack Costle 49, David Durant 42. Alex Summers, although he's only having a short curtailed season this year, a shorter season this year, is in 8th position in the championship, 34 points, having had a win and a second place at Shelsley 2 weeks ago. Oh, and there's Richard's put up before me the scores ahead on the screen, which shows you their standings after drop scores, the final total, and their maximum possible. So 30 rounds of the championship across 15 weekend events, 30 rounds of the championship, 24 count towards your score at the end of the day, and there's the championship calendar coming up. As you can see, we're right in the middle here at Doune. Gershon Down 4 weeks ago was a double header, 2 rounds on each of the days at Gershon Down. But you can see we go from here in Doune down to Harewood in Yorkshire, where we've been back in May. Then all across the Channel Islands, Jersey and Guernsey. Quick trip back to Wiscombe Park in Devon. Then a bit of a 2-week break then up to Shelsley Walsh in Worcestershire. Then finish off Prescott to Doune and Lowton Park, stalwart of the championship. So back here at Doune in September, the final penultimate round before Lowton Park finale the last weekend in September. Many of these venues have been staging the championship since it began. Shelsley Walsh, Prescott, Bully Bay were early rounds, early venues which hosted the championship. Doune started hosting the championship in 1969, just after opening in 68. And the first championship runoff here at Doune was won by the great Roy Lane in his Techcraft Buick at a time of 48.31. Hill was slightly longer in those days by about 30 metres, but the times in those early days up to 1973 were between 48. 44 was the best time, 44.63, Mike McDowell in a Brabham Repco. And then for 3 years, in 74 to 76, the start was actually just about where you can see on the screen at the moment. The hill was shortened. Start was after the first corner. And we did 3 years of starting from that point before, in 1977, it came down to his current position. And the first runoff win in 1977 by Alistair Douglas Osborne was a 42.18, and now we're down to 34 second as a hill record. 34.21 Alex Summers, 2022. We're quite used to wet conditions here at Doune. We had a wet runoff last September, and also wet runoff last June. Most of the winners on the runners and winners list are well-known names in hill climbing. An unusual one is back in 1974 when Alec Brown in a Palliser won the runoff. That was a day where it rained just after the start of the runoff. Alex was double driving with David Fife at the time, and Alex was the first driver up the hill. Got to the top and it opened up after that, and nobody obviously could match his time. So that was Alec Brown's one and only championship runoff victory in 1974. So there's the Tom Graham car going back into Paddock. Looks a bit bashed, I'm afraid. So I guess Tom's out for the day. Unfortunately there, caught out by the conditions. Obviously, the current main manufacturer on the hills these days is the Gould, produced down in Newbury in Berkshire, and the top drivers all running Gould GR59. The very first Gould victory here at Doune is 40 years ago. On the 23rd of June 1985, Chris Kramer, driving the Gould 84-2, which was a 2.5 Hart-engined vehicle. Chris won the HillClimb Championship in that car in 86. 85 he won the June round here in a 39.78. And that was not wet conditions, that was the times of the day. He won again in June 86. And then David Gould won the car in 88 and 89. And to square the circle, Sean Gould won it. HillClimb has won the runoffs here 2016, 2019, 21, 21 and 24. So a message there, will be restarting shortly. Rain has eased slightly perhaps, but we now got Japanese. Hello, Touchdown IQ in Japan. 6:47 PM, so hopefully you'll stay on watching through into the night. And from Toronto, oh my god, typical Scottish weather. From Motorworks Media, that's Ian Ray, ex-competitor here at Ingliston, I remember in the past. So yes, he enjoys racing in the rain, but I've never run a hill climb in the wet. So welcome Ian, thank you for joining us. Paul Hunter, fellow commentator here on the hill in the past. Great coverage again, watching from the Warmth driver's living room. Oh, come on, Paul, you've got to do better than that. Hope you're well. And great coverage from Sussex now, Mimi Lane. So thanks to everybody for tuning in now. We should be up to few more watching it. Yeah, it is 40 years of gold, Ian Ray. 40 years of gold doesn't seem that long when, yeah, doesn't belong to us either here. And hello to Ben Bonfield watching from Fuel Fest down in Exeter. Is the weather okay with you, Ben, down there? You probably got 30 degrees and sunshine, I'm sure. And South Africa now, Port Elizabeth. So there must still be some cars up at the top of the hill, the ones that went up before Tom Gray went off, so they'll be getting wet up there, and some of them open cockpit cars. So now here's a change to programme, and this is the first of our national runners. And this is actually Richard Weaver. Richard and Tom Weaver this weekend have decided not to bring the single-seater, and I've brought up the family Citroen Saxo, normally climbed by Lizzie. So this is Richard Weaver in addition to the programme, Class A1. Richard and Tom in the Citroen Saxo, obviously still eligible for the HillClimb Championship if they want to qualify for the runoff, but obviously fairly outside chances of doing that. So it's Richard Weaver on the line. 1600cc Citroen Saxo. Seeing the conditions now, you can't blame them for coming with something with a roof on it. Followed up by another double-driven car. This is Laura Wardle in the Porsche. Now Laura shares this Porsche with Jonathan Williamson and has shared the same car, the very same car, for 40 years. Laura and Jonathan have been driving that Porsche. Driving that Porsche for a few years before that as well. So Laura Wardle's left the line. So that means we're maybe not seeing John Wood in the Mini. Or is this him coming to the line now? Richard Weaver, top beats Bray. Is John Wood coming to the line now? So Richard Weaver through the top of the hill. That's a 62.20 for Richard Weaver. Laura Wardle and up through into the meadow. John Wood in the JSW Mini, modified Mini. This of John Wood, but Laura Wardle up to top is great in this Venom Roll Porsche. The S's. And John Wood in the, as you can see, much modified racing spec Mini. Followed up by Craig Nicol in the Caterham 7, 2.5 litre engine in this Caterham. Craig, the class record holder in Class B in a slightly smaller engine Caterham. Obviously no records will be broken today. Time for Laura Wardle is 67.69. Laura Wardle 67.69. And John Wood at 65.70. Opposite lock there from Craig Nicholl. We have oversteer top east spray. Morgan Hamer on the hill in the 600cc OMS. That's Craig Nicholl over the finishing line in a 54.11. Unfortunately, two more retirements from that class. The Tunes, Robert and Johnny Doune, will not be with us today. So they pulled out this morning. Morgan Hamer sharing a car with cousin Archie Kerr. And you'll see their father stroke uncles in the next class up. This is young Morgan. Moved up from junior saloon cars. It's a 56.76 for Morgan Hamer. And in fact, that is the last car in that batch, and that those poor drivers who were up at the top of the hill all throughout the rainstorm will be coming down now, along with those last few that have gone up since we had that long stoppage. So look at the national class. In fact, the quickest day of the day in the national classes is Craig Nicholl's 54.11. The quickest day of the day overall so far is a 51.54 from Scott Sheridan. And he is in the interclub class. Second quickest so far today is Thomas Rapson in the Audi, 53.09. So a few withdrawals in the if you've got a program here on site. A few withdrawals in the runners and riders. Richard Andrews, number 64, in the Porsche, had a bit of an accident at Shelsley Walsh 2 weeks ago. He's withdrawn. In Class B, the Tunes, Robert Doune and son Johnny, numbers 62-61, will not be here today now. And a number of withdrawals in Class I, which is 1100cc racing car class. 43 Gary Hull, 42 Dave Tatham, 38 Dougie Cant, 36 Stuart Bickley, and obviously 734 and 34 the Weavers, who are in the Citroen Saxo. In the Formula 4 class, Caroline Ryder's a non-starter. Mark Schlanker's not here in the 600cc class. And Paul Cruton's not here in Class L in the Jaguar engine OMS. So a few non-starters across the classes, but certainly the 1100cc racing car class, the biggest hit by the half a dozen non-starters. But it'll still be a very competitive class, that will be, as it always is. So lots more people signing into the stream now. 566 we're up to. And thank you, Paul Rhodes, for appreciating my laid-back coverage. I'm not sure if that's a good or a bad thing, but hopefully everybody's enjoying what information we can give you here from Doune. It looks a bit drier now. The start line marshal in his t-shirt. No rain splashing in the puddles. So maybe we'll get a bit more of a dry spell now as Tom Weaver comes to line in his Citroen Saxo. He's going to beat his father's 62.2. And Tom Weaver off and up and running up the hill. Just say Donald McCaskill looks like a new starter today as well. He only has slick tyres, so not quite the conditions for that car. The 2.3 turbo Mitsubishi Evo number 51, so it looks like Donald McCaskill will not be seen unless the weather dries up. Tom Weaver heading up to the top of the hill, followed by Kevin Dodd, who is Matthew Ryder's father-in-law, in his Lotus Elise, running by himself in Class A2. Time for Tom Weaver, 57.55. Kevin Dodd in the Elise. Got the soft top on today, not surprisingly. Now, next car up should be good for these conditions. John Pick in the four-wheel drive AMS Vortaya. Subaru Impreza base with a sports car body. In the wet at Shelsley 2 weeks ago, he was 3 seconds quicker than the rest of the class. So look out for a good time from John Pick. Kevin Dodd just approached the top of the hill. There's a 69.11. So John Pick followed by Jock Ramsey, well-known orange Opel Manta of Jock Ramsey. So we may find a few drivers like Donald McCaskill not actually competing this morning. We'll see what conditions are like. But Jock Ramsey was followed by John McKenzie in the Lotus Cortina. But John Pick crosses the line of 57.66. So second in class to Craig Nichol. So now two contrasting saloons, which I think are both eligible for the tin top runoff. Jock Ramsey looks after the circuit here at Doune. .73 for Jock Ramsey. And John McKenzie followed by Stuart Wood in the yellow Mini. John McKenzie in the Lotus is quicker off the line than Jock Ramsey by 900ths of a second, but obviously slightly less powerful car losing out once he gets away from the start line. That's a 63.58 for John McKenzie. So Stuart Wood in the Mini is John did a 65.7, so Stuart Wood is quicker. Purple sectors timed all the way up the hill. It should be in the low 60s. 60.92 for Stuart Wood. Obviously class leader of those two cars. So Alan Nichol Last run in Class B, 54.1 from Craig Nichol. And then Jonathan Williamson in the Porsche. Alan Nichol, a 56.49, goes second in class. Jonathan Williamson, Laura Wardle did a 67.69. And Jonathan Williamson, a 58.49, takes the lead from Laura. Now Archie Kerr in the Hornet, or less, cousin Morgan Hayward at 56.76. And then going back a class to Sports Levers, up to 2 litres, with Alan McDonald in the supercharged Force SR4. Two cars in that class, Alan's Force and Matthew Price in the Radical. Time for Archie Kerr, 53.24, 3+ seconds quicker than cousin Morgan. Here's Alan McDonald on the line in the Force, former driver of the Mini Evo, which is a Mitsubishi engined Mini lookalike, 4-wheel drive it was. Alan, former winner of the Manx Motorcycle Grand Prix. Matthew Price was a bit quicker than Alan in practice yesterday, so Matthew new to the Radical this year, I think. Many Radicals been built across the years, lots of racing series for Radicals across the world, all pretty much all Suzuki powered, vary from 1300, 1600, and I think a few 1100 as well. This is Al McDonald with Force. One of a limited number of Force sports cars that were built, including a twin-engine SR8 Force. Al McDonald's did 55.89. Matthew Price in the Radical. And he's quicker than Alan up through Garden Gate. Purple sector from Matthew Price there. Simon Bainbridge on the line, look out for the chrono. It pulls the hill enough in the dry. But a bit of a handful in the wet, I'm sure. We'll see Matthew Price at the top of the hill, and we'll see Simon Bainbridge coming through the lower reaches. So Matthew Price just going in the last bend. And over the line in a 53.56, so that takes the class lead. Now here's an amazing chrono, 4.2 turbocharged Audi. Simon Bainbridge, champion in the Tin Top Challenge last year. Regular top 10 runner in the British Sprint Championship. Tends to use flatter courses obviously than the hills, but came here last year for the first time. 50.22 for Simon. 50.22. Jeff Tremlow, regular visitor here to Doune for many, many years. Travelled up all the way from Saltash in Cornwall. Tells me he left home on Monday. Stopped off the way up, obviously. And Jeff fell in love with Doune when he was working up here in Scotland. And very rarely, if ever, misses a chance to come up and compete in all events, not just the national round, the Scottish rounds, and the classic as well. Jeff round number 81. which is in recognition of his age, in fact. So here we go, we've got some youngsters here competing in their single-seater. Jeff in his 80s, still driving quickly up here at Doune in this weather. 66.71 for Jeff Twemlow. Steve Morgan on his first visit to Doune, father of Tom, who we'll see later. Brake issues with the car yesterday, fixed it over in the evening yesterday. That's a 57.86 for Steve Morgan. On hill is Ben Hamer. Ben Hamer at OMS 28. Him and his brother Will have been running this OMS 28 for a number of years with a Kawasaki turbocharged engine, but now he moved to BMW and found an improvement. It's a 47.64 for Ben Hamer. 47.64. So time's coming down. Paul Harris down the Formula Fords. Formula Ford, of course, invented, shall we say? Invented down at Brands Hatch in 1967. It's one of the longest running single-seater formula in existence. Just Formula V, slightly older, very slightly older. Paul Harris in the Formula Ford Van Diemen. There'll be 3 Van Diemens here this weekend with 2 drivers in each. Paul Harris over the line, 59.43. And Becky Crocombe. Becky Crocombe marshals down at Gerson Down in Wiltshire, up here for the first time at Doune. Loves the track, favourite hill climb she says now. And sharing the car with Lawrence Marks, this unusual RF84 Van Diemen. Called it Pterodactyl in the day when it was first produced, for some resemblance to the prehistoric creature. I'm not sure I'd see that at all, but that was the nickname was given to it in the day. Time for Becca Crocombe, 66.86. And the final runner in the Formula 4 for this little batch is Lindsay Summers, mother of Alex, sharing the car with Sarah Bosworth, who you'll see later. And here's Alan Warburton going across the meadow. Should be the quickest run so far in the 600cc Gould GR59. We're almost ready to go home last night because of an issue with the car after the first run in the morning. But with the help of the HillClimb community, the car was fixed and it's here running well today. Slightly slow in Ben Hamer though, 47.73 for Alan Warburton. Not quite top of the tree. 47.73. Going back to time for Lindsay Summers, her time was 63.32. And that is the last of the cars in the batch. So we're now starting to get to the single-seater runners and those who are eligible to compete in the top 10, top 12 runoff. Yeah, so the fastest time so far in the national event is by Ben Hamer in the OMS 47.64, Alan Warburton 47.73, Simon Bainbridge 50.22. So for those who are coming afterwards, those are the times which they have to get under to qualify. They'll be hoping that the rain doesn't come back and worsen conditions. And there we have on the screen the top 24 in fact in the national event. And so we should in fact be able to give you the qualifiers for the Tin Top Cup. In fact, I think all the tin tops you've seen in this national class probably qualify for the runoff, because Donald McCaskill didn't take a run. So I imagine that all the tin tops you've seen will be coming out shortly in the Tin Top Cup runoff. So that'll be the likes of Jeff Tremlow, Simon Bainbridge, who I think is eligible, Jonathan Williams and Laura Wardle. Certainly Tom Weaver should get in, I think. Maybe, hopefully Richard too. And the Woods in their mini, and John McKenzie and Jock Ramsey. Yes, the eligibility for the Tin Top Challenge is certain classes are allowed, A, C, E, F and G, and the roof must be fixed, non-removable and rigid, as judged by the championship coordinator. So soft top models are not eligible for the Tin Top, not surprisingly, and it has to be a fixed, non-removable and rigid roof. Just look at a few of the questions on the chat. Yeah, the single-seater chassis like Lola, Lara and Reynard, they do tend to be old circuit racers. You'll see the Sheridan's Reynard is an old Formula 3 car. The Jack Cottrell's Dallara you'll see in the big hill climbs, an old Dallara Formula 3 car, or extra Dallara Formula 3 car. So the small companies like Gould, Force, etc., OMS, produce this bespoke hill climb chassis. So the prevalence of ex-circuit racers is definitely diminishing these days. And that really goes back to when Mike Pilbeam started building his bespoke hill climb. We modified a few chassis, Brabants and Marches for Alistair Douglas Osborne, Martin Griffiths, and then started building hill climb Pilbeams over many years before the Gould then took over as the major chassis, and a number of other smaller manufacturers running cars in the smaller classes, and things like OMS, over 200 chassis built by OMS over the years. Also in the chat, yes, Wicker Bill hadn't realised how far north Doune is. Well, yes, it is quite far north, and it does take them to come up here. And we have a lot of people from the south of England who do come up to Doune. They come up to have a go at it and then come back year after year because it's such a good place to come to. And indeed, a shout out to Damien Bradley and the Team Legacy. Those again who have been watching will have seen over the past couple of years the legacy, the amazing legacy of Damien Bradley and Steve Darley. Well, today I think it is, Damien Bradley is out in America running at Pikes Peak Hill Climb, which is, if you think doing the long hill climb for Britain, Pikes Peak is enormously long. Takes about 10 minutes to go up to the top of Pikes Peak, probably for Damien, but shout out to him. I hope he does well at Pikes Peak today. In fact, there's a stream of Pikes Peak apparently due to start around 2 p.m, but don't leave us, or find a separate screen and watch them both together. Why aren't cars allowed in hill climbs? Well, yes, cars were allowed in hill climbs in the past, but it's all to do with suspension movement and things like that. There have been a few cars. If you've got a long memory, you will have seen cars that look like carts on the hills, like the Motus, which Douglas Thompson drove here in Scotland, and a number of other cars where it's a minimal suspension movement, but also there's a limit, a minimum wheelbase length as well for hill climb cars. So yes, they are very quick cars. They are seen in places like the Channel Islands on the hill still. So on the line, back in action now. Next single-seater, and it's Tom Morgan this time. Tom Morgan and the family Empire Evo. This is the third generation of Empire Evos. Gradually been developed from a space frame to semi-monocoque. A couple of these cars on the hills at least. One well known and you've seen down south in the hills is the Greenland brothers. This is Tom Morgan. So into Class I now, the single seater up to 1100 cc's. Much reduced in numbers today, I'm afraid. But Tom Morgan, number 741. And followed up by Andrew Patterson, who driving the PCD, a new car to Andrew. Followed down by Steve Marr, and before that held the record down at Gersten Down for many, many years. Time for Tom Morgan is 46.36, which takes the lead of the class. Andrew Patterson, not registered for the championship, the only one in the class who's not registered for the British Championship. Gary Warren, Scottish champion, follows up. And this is Empire. So three Scotsmen in a row, Andrew Patterson and Gary Warren. Richard Tossin is behind Gary Warren, but time for Andrew Patterson. 52.10. Gary Warren up through to the top of East Bray. The puddle in the S is definitely disappearing, so a bit of a dry spell here now. Gary Warren, 45.83, takes the lead in the class. Richard Tossian in the ex-Robert Kenrick GWR Raptor 2 BMW engine in this car as well. Class record holder this car with Robert Kenrick at the wheel back in 2019 at 37.76. At the time, still is an unbelievable time for an 1100cc car. Richard off the line. Richard, a number of cars in the stable, including a HillClimb Reliant kitten. For those who don't know, a Reliant kitten was a Reliant Robin with four wheels. And much as I hate to say it, I confess I didn't find own a Reliant kitten for one time. So light I could pull out to the guys with one hand. Gary Warren's time was a 45.83 to take the lead. This is Richard Tossian, followed by Jonathan Flesher. Jonathan usually shares a car, but his co-driver is Tim Thompson. And Tim is the clerk of the course here at Doune, so unable to drive with Jonathan this weekend. Richard Tossian, a 50.15. fast as well on the hill. And Jonathan Fletcher appears to the top of the hill. It's 47.21 for Jonathan. He's the third fastest so far. Will Hamer, Ben Hamer is currently now fourth fastest. So brother Will. And Jimmy Harrison from the fourth falls on from Will Hamer. And Will Hamer, the last of the 1100cc cars we'll see today. 47.55 for Will Hamer. So quickest at the moment in the class is actually Tom Morgan. No, it's Gary Warden, sorry. Gary Warden 45.83. From Tom Morgan 46.36. And Jonathan Fletcher 47.21. Ben Hamer is in fourth in 47.64. No, Bill Hamer's fourth. 47.55 and Ben Hamer 47.64. So Jimmy Harris do 54.87 for Jimmy Harris, which is well in the lead of the class. Jimmy's currently third in the British Hillclimb Cup, which is the class-based championship, runs alongside the British Hillclimb Championship. Lawrence marched up through Junction, and followed by Sarah Bosworth and her Van Diemen. So Lawrence Marsh over the line, 66.33. Sarah Bosworth, followed up by Andy Short, another one of our long distance travellers from the south of England. Sarah Bosworth should get into the probably third place in class, maybe second actually, behind Jimmy Harris, and she does 56.69. So Jimmy Harris leads from Sarah Bosworth, and then Paul Harris in third. Andy Short in the OMS, top of the hill, 51.31. And Jason Tunnicliffe in the turbocharged 1 litre Empire, followed up by David Warburton. We should go to the top of the times at this stage of proceedings. Jason Tunnicliffe has a chance perhaps of qualifying for the top 12. Not at that time, 50.12 from Jason, a bit slow I think for the top 12. Today, David Warburton setting quickest in class times at the moment. See, fastest overall in moment Gary Warren at 45.83. And this other day should be quicker than that. Yes, he will be. It's a 42.26 for David Warburton. So David Warburton goes up to the top of the pile for the qualifiers. And we talked about circuit cars. Here is a circuit, ex-circuit racing car. This is Van Diemen of Andrew Colburn. was one of the many single make formula cars which Van Diemen produced over the years. And well, a few more of the double-driven single-seaters coming up after Andrew. It's been batch 4, just one batch of cars after this. So Andrew Colburn, followed by Les Much in the now turbocharged Raptor of Stuart Sugden. Andrew Colburn, 55.88. Les Much will be followed up by Steve Owen, first of the over 2-litre single-seaters. Time for Les Much coming up very shortly. Les could qualify the runoff, perhaps 46.61 for Les Much. 46.61. Steve Owen is a number 7 and 11 share with Simon Andrews this weekend. Steve has also got a long history of Doune, very close to the wall there, coming up to the tunnel. He's safely through and up to the meadow. This OMS, a 2.8 litre engine. This is a Terry Davis 2.8 V8. And Steve will be followed up by Scotland's fastest lady hill climber, Nicola Minges. Steve Owen, 46.47. Nicola will be Sean Gould in the championship leading car, and he should be the quickest after his run. Nicola's total beats great. And a 47.31 from Nicola Minges. So what can Sean Gould do? Can he get out of David Warburton's 42.26? That of Nicola Minges put in the 7th position. The cost to Sean. Pedal down through the top of his grey there. Quite a wide line at the top bend, but over the line is a 40.76. 40.76 for Sean Gould. So that's the time for the rest of that class to aim at in the next batch of cars. And that is the end of that batch. So quickest so far is Sean Gould. And a 40.76 from David Warburton, 42.26. Gary Warren, 45.83. Tom Morgan, 46.36, I think. And then Steve Owen, 46.47. But we still have another 7 cars to come in the class to hope to qualify. There was a break in the proceedings at the moment. We have the runners and riders for the AET Turbo's Tin Top Challenge Round 1. And with 3 double drivers, so these cars will go up, and then after all 3 are up, they will come back down again. And first car up will be 753 Laura Wardle. And she'll be followed by 757 John Wood and 734 Richard Weaver. Now if they come back again, we will have 81 Jeff Twemlow, 56 John McKenzie, 57 Stuart Wood, 53 Jonathan Williamson, 34 Tom Weaver, 55 Jock Ramsey, and 47 Simon Bainbridge. So in number orders 753, 757 and 734. Then 81, 56, 57, 53, 34, 55 and 47. The qualifying times range from Simon Bainbridge of 50.22. He's actually 6 seconds quicker than Jock Ramsey in second position. So unless Simon does a whoopsie in this run, it looks like he should be win the first runoff of the year for the Tin Tops. But the track's slippery and changing. If the rain comes at the wrong time, who knows? I see rain coming down again now, actually as I speak. You see it on the screen, there is some rain falling. So will this affect the qualification for the top 12 runoff? Hi, the question, in fact, about the line kitten on the chat here, and SRW48 says the line kitten is ex-Ginger Marshall. I'm not sure about that actually, because I think the kitten which Matossi has may be a copy of that car. I seem to recall that talking to Richard a couple of years ago, his kitten estate is not the actual Ginger Marshall car. It is in fact a copy of the car. The Ginger Marshall car is still in existence down south. But I could be wrong, but that's what I believe I was told a few years ago. And yes, the kitten did have an imp engine. And we've got a car back in the line. This is Aaron Colborne. There's more than 7 people can qualify now for the runoff, so my apologies there. I forgot to look back to the previous pages, so here's Aaron Colburn making his bid to qualify for the runoff. So if we've got 1, 2, 3, we've got another 14 cars can qualify for the runoff. So Ian Tucker, not registered the championship rally, Ian Tucker is on the hill. Aaron Colborne, way wide at the top of the hill there, pushing to the last corner. So 44.66 for Aaron Colborne. 44.66. Ian Tucker followed by Gavin McLaren in the ex-George Blaisdell Bill Beam. And Ian Tucker pushes the finishing line. 63.15 for Ian Tucker. Gavin McLaren on the hill, and Jonathan Varley about to leave the line. Jonathan Varley will be looking to a top 12 place. So as I say, my apologies, there are more than 7 cars still to qualify. Jonathan Varley, the next one on the hill. How can I forget Jonathan Varley and Alex Coles will fall up shortly. Gavin McLaren near the top of the hill. Jonathan Varley fastest in class through Garden Gate up to Junction. Time for Gavin McLaren is a 59.80. Jonathan Varley, class record holder, and a 37.06 in dry conditions. Plumed with spray off the back of the Predator through the top of the hill, and it's a 43.21 for Jonathan Varley. 43.21. Which goes into, I think, third position. Third position for Jonathan Varley. Alex Coles now. We're going to qualify in the little first TA. 1.3 supercharged engine in this car. To top of his brake. Out to top of his brake, but no problem there. Easy control through the S's, up to top corner, over the top of the hill. Look at 43 or under 42. 42.69 for Alex Coles. 42.69. That goes into third position overall. this car of Dave Uren, as driven by Martin Grove, set the fastest time here in 2010. So, and that's the last time set the fastest time here, 15 years ago, by 43.02 for Dave Uren. Now Trevor Willis, 3 times Hillclimb champion. So in fact, Dave set a fastest time in 2017. Dave was a win the Runoff here as well in that gold GR55, so just 8 years ago. So Trevor Willis now in the OMS 58, 3.2 litre RPE engine, radical ending. Trevor last won here also in 2018 Trevor won both runoffs in June 2018. A 43.32 for Trevor Willis. And there's Wallace Mingus off the line. 4-time champion. Winner of 3 rounds so far this year. Not the quickest in class yet, Uptree Junction. Will Hall will follow Wallace up in his GR59. And that's got a safe qualification for Wallace Mingus, 41.08 into second position. Will Hall off the line. 3.17. Will's always quick off the line. Will and Alex Summers tend to be quickest drivers off the line in this big car class. Alex Summers not here, unfortunately. And Will heading up with what looks like class leading times at the moment. See how it compares to Sean Gold's 40.7. It's got very close. 40.60 for Will Hall. 40.60 for Will Hall. That takes off the top of the hill, top of the list. And now just waiting for Matt Ryder, current Hillclimb champion, current championship leader in this gold GR59, which currently is second position. But they're trying hard to push start it now, so a bit of an issue for Matt Ryder here. The car has been difficult at times to start. So being pushed back by the helpers to try and bump start it again. So another try there for Matt Ryder to try to get the car to start. This is worrying, I suppose, for Matt. Still not starting. I'm not sure when we'll give up on this. So I know how often they're going to try this, but yeah, and there it goes at last. They just don't stall on Matt. So Matt Ryder on the line eventually with the GR59. But no, he stalled the car on the line. Didn't cross the line, but that have another try. Didn't cross the start line with his back wheel, so he'll be pushing up. Oh, so here we go, Matt Ryder again. Are they going to push the car back? Are they going to try again? The rain is coming down heavier again as well, which is going to affect his chances. The car's being pushed right back now. They're actually going to give up on it now. Well, they're pushing it right way back at the paddock now. So it's either for a longer run up or for they're trying again. So a bit longer run up here. 5 of them pushing in now. Starts up. No, it doesn't. Starts this time. Oh dear. Okay. Let's try again here, Matt Ryder. Get a bit wetter, no. I need to wait this time. The 2.69 start, so he'll be a bit upset, Matt, so let's hope he keeps the car in the centre of the track. Just a safe qualification. Really is what he has to do. He needs to do a 43 second run should be enough to win top 10, top 12. 43 second run should be enough, but he's going very quickly there across the meadow. Slower than the others going into the junction, but safely through the top. It looks like it could be a 43, okay. Yeah, it's a 43.11 for Matt Ryder. So that qualifies him in that will qualify him in 8th position, but it does mean he'll probably go first in the runoff because he's slower than 2 drivers of that car. And now Stuart Robb, his lovely old pull beam MP57 2.8 Hart engine. He's driven in the past by many luminaries in hill climbing, including HillClimb champions and Andy Prio. He then, of course, went on a very successful touring car career. The Stuart, local driver here, Stuart also has a 5-litre Pilgrim MP88, which he uses in sprinting, and races a TVR Tuscan. Very variety of powerful cars in Stuart's garage, and if those with even longer memories will remember him driving an MG Midget at Ingleston in the 60s and 70s. And he's safely across the line, a 50.90 for Stuart Robb. So that is the end of the timed Callas runs there. Once the cars come back down again, we'll have the Tin Top runoff and then the British Hillclimb Championship runoff. So you're giving you the runners for the Tin Top runoff. I'll just repeat them in number order. Number 753 Laura Wardle, 757 John Wood, and 734 Richard Weaver. And then they'll come back down, and the next car out will be 81 Jeff Twemlow, 56 John McKenzie, 57 Stuart Wood, 53 Jonathan Williamson, amazingly 34 Tom Weaver in a road standard almost Citroen Saxo. In third position, the third last runner, Jock Ramsey number 55, and then Simon Bainbridge number 47. And unofficially, and I'll get official runners soon, the top, from what I can see, the top 12 runners in that run are Will Hall, Sean Gould, Wallace Mingies, Jack Cottrell, David Warburton, Alex Coles, David Duran, Matthew Ryder, Jonathan Varley, Trevor Willis, Paul Hames, and Aaron Colborne, I think, is the 12th qualifier. So that's the top 10 qualifiers for the runoff, but obviously that will be confirmed from the timekeepers very shortly. So an interesting morning here at Doune in the changing weather conditions. We're just at 12 o'clock British time. And yes, we should keep the timer on to see how quickly the van goes up the hill. But I'm sure we could have a number of interesting times over the years from various vehicles going up the hill here at Doune. So going back through the chat at the moment. The hill record here is 34.21. As was mentioned in the chat, fastest yesterday was 36.17. And somebody here saying they're living in Callendar, which is only 6 miles from here, and it's dry over in Callendar. So can we send it here, please? Sandra Tomlin online, I'm glad to see Sandra, a driver of Pilbeam racing cars over the years. And rather different weather to called Cadwell Park yesterday, 33 degrees at Cadwell Park yesterday apparently. And Totally Pixelated says he's got a load of pictures of Doune he should dig out. You certainly should do Totally Pixelated, and if you could put them on the Doune supporters or Doune fans Facebook page, you get lots of comments about who and what is in the picture. So if you do have a lot of pictures you want to put up on Facebook from Doune in the past, please do. And again, Totally Pixelated saying he was here many years ago, and yes, there were many Chevrons and many Mallocs, many clubman type Mallocs in the past. A class has gone downhill, has gone become less popular, shall we say, in recent years. Only one or two have been seen, but there's a special Malloc reunion class at Prescott just a few weeks ago, where there were 20 Mallocs, I think, or 20 clubman's cars, Mallocs and other makes all together at Prescott a few weeks ago. So good to see regular attenders here at Doune in the past joining in the stream and invoking many memories of their time here at Doune. No, Alex Coles is not missing for the top 12 according to my timing. SRW 48, I've got Alex Coles in 6th position in the top 12. So hopefully that's just a glitch in the software. And then Richard's replied further down the chat, yes, they will be checked by the timekeepers. And yes, somebody else wondering why Alex Cole's not in the runoff. Well, We'll shall see get the official timings through shortly. On the timing screen I have, he is there in 6th position. And there we have it on the right of the screen with the current qualifiers, and as I thought, all the way down to Aaron Colborne in 12th position. Alex Cole's there obviously in 6th overall. And on the left of the screen you see the runoff for the top 10 challenge, which will be starting very shortly. It's still raining and wet here at Doune. Oh, and that's Matt Ryder being towed back down the hill, obviously unsure if he would start up again at the top of the hill. So he's been towed down, presumably to the top of his bray, when he'll be let loose to roll down by himself. So there'll be a bit of a delay now while that happens. Yep, the truck stopping there at the top. Nobody told Matt, stop Matt. Yeah, he stopped. So they'll unhook Matt Ryder from the back of the truck and we'll get him under his own steam, freewheel down to the bottom of the hill. So we've got a few minutes now to work in that car before Matt has to get back up again to take the first run in the runoff. Just for information, the car's just outside the top 12 in the times. You can see Tom Morgan, Steve Owen and Laura and Laura Much and Les Much. So they just missed out on qualification. So here we are, the first car in the top 10 tin top runoff has left the line, and it's John Wood. John Wood, number 757. John Wood actually, I thought it would be second car up, but Laura Wardle is now, I see her behind John Wood in the queue, so it's John Wood coming up first, and followed by Laura Wardle. This first round of the Tin Top Challenge for 2025. Last year we finished at Doune when Simon Bainbridge won the overall challenge by just 1 point. And the rain's come down heavily again, so John Wood taking it carefully up to the top of the hill. And his time will be a 60.77. It's actually quicker than his qualification time by some 5 seconds, so yeah, they did get the worst of the run weather earlier on. Now it's Laura Wardle in the Porsche. Number 753, Laura Wardle. Okay, Laura and Jonathan have been sharing this car now for 40 years. Laura's had set out a lot of last year, which had a broken arm she suffered in the Paddock at Prescott. But back to full driving strength now. And up onto the meadow, round the kink in the middle of the meadow, and up to Waterville Bray. Safely through, a bit slower than John Wood, but she was a bit slower in qualifying as well. And she's now coming up through the S's and round to the finishing line. And it's a time of 64.18. 64.18. For Laura Wardle. And the final of the double driven races is Richard Weaver in the Citroen Saxo from the road class A1 up to 1600cc road class, and he's left the line. As the rain comes down here even harder yet again. See some resolute spectators there on the bank by Oak Tree. Richard coming up through Garden Gate. He's actually quicker according to the screen than John Wood is, or John Wood was, by 0.27 of a second. So he was quicker also by a good 5 seconds, 3 seconds to John Wood in qualifying. So potent little Citroen this. And he should be quicker with the finishing line. He's 0.21 second up at the S's, and he's over the line very shortly at the time of 60.70. 60.70. So 700s quicker than John Wood at the top of the hill. So as these three cars come back down again, we'll be obviously breaking for lunch very shortly, but there'll be no Paddock walkabout at lunchtime today. A bit wet for that, I'm afraid. So I'm afraid we won't be able to have some conversations with the drivers during the lunch period today. Some interesting times there in that first three cars, all of them quicker than they were in the qualification. And you look at the weather now, you can't believe it was worse than that earlier on. So when they come back to again, Nick Carroll with Jeff Tremlow. So I'm not sure on the chat, we talked about there be a screen. David Parr's asked about a split screen showing Pikes Peak. No, that's not the case. Pikes Peak will be showing on the stream somewhere around, but not on this particular stream. But you will be able to see a stream of Pikes Peak somewhere on the internet, and you can have two separate screens showing the two events. So no Pikes Peak streaming on this platform here. And yes, the track is on private property. The track is on Lord Doune's estate here, up at Doune in the Carse of Cambus, just north of Stirling. There used to, in fact, be a boating museum here, just at Boating Hill, just to the left of the picture you see on the start line. There was a boating museum of Lord Doune's collection, but it has now been replaced, I'm afraid, by an antique centre. So we live in harmony with the Antique Centre for the 4 weekends of the year that we have hill climbing here at Doune. And so Jeff Tremlow on the line in his Subaru Impreza. So Jeff travelled up from Cornwall, 2.5 litre turbocharged car, 4-wheel drive, some advantage in the wet. Quickest, not surprisingly, perhaps Jeff quickest off the line there, but slower down through Garden Gate than the current leader, who is Richard Weaver. Safe up to the top of the hill at 64.55. So goes fourth of the runners so far. And now John McKenzie in the Ford Lotus Cortina. He's up through tunnel. No issues, and up to was the speed trap at Junction, which 56 miles per hour through speed trap. Not surprising, they're all looking at 60 miles per hour. Took it gingerly up towards the braking zone for Junction. Up to top of East Bray, and no issues there. Straight line through the Essex. Avoids the cone, round the middle of the track, top bend over the top of the hill. You go a low 63, towards high 62. 62.98 goes into third position. And now we're back to Stuart Wood, number 57 in the Mini. Co-driver John Wood is currently in second position. just. To the meadow and across the bottom beach break. Safe run here for Stuart Wood. No dramatics. And across the finishing line. Slowish time. 69.45 for Stuart Wood, 69.45. And Jonathan Williamson leads the line there. In the Porsche. Coming up right past Oak Tree and up towards Garden Gate. Another run with no dramatics. All drivers take it very carefully and safely here in the rain. They know there's another run to go later on in the day, so not pushing too hard this run perhaps. Just making sure they get to the top, and Jonathan gets to the top. Goes to the top of the pile, a 59.95 for Jonathan Williamson. 59.95. And that's Tom Weaver off the line. Through Garden Gate there. Certainly looked quicker than the others. Up through really close to the edge of the track there up towards Junction, and this looks like a purposeful run here from Tom. Of course my timing screens have gone a bit blank here as regards intermediates, but he's much quicker through the S's than Jonathan Williamson was. This is going to be a leading run, I think. 56.60 for Tom Weaver, goes into the lead. And that was actually nearly a second quicker than his qualification run. So there Jock Ramsey leaves the line. Familiar orange matter across the hills in Britain, Harewood, Shelsley. He's been there. Difficult to beat that run of Tom Weaver's. He wasn't that far ahead of Tom during qualification. And yes, I've got no intermediate times here, I'm afraid. The only intermediate time I have is at the S's at the top. A bit more to go, so we'll compare Jock to Tom just before the finishing line. And Jock's 3 seconds slower than Tom, in fact, so it looks like he made us a second position overall. He's certainly slower than Tom Weaver. It's a 60.20 for Jock. Puts him to third position overall at the moment. So what can Simon Bainbridge and his amazing chrono do? I can hear the car here. The commentary box still going safely up the hill. Around Oak Tree. And into such a big car on this narrow track. Up through the tunnel and up to the junction. Again, no times for that stretch. So how will they do against the Little Saxo at the top of the hill in the S's? I think it will be a bit quicker, yes. He's 4.4 seconds up at the S's. So this will be a winning time for Simon Bainbridge. Could be in the 50. No, it's just over 50. 51 seconds exactly for Simon Bainbridge. 51 seconds exactly. Takes the runoff by 5.6 seconds, in fact. So the first runoff of the year in the Tin Top Challenge goes to the reigning champion, Simon Bainbridge, from Tom Weaver second in the Citroen Saxo, and Jonathan Williamson third in the Porsche. So quite a variety of cars there in the top three. Fourth position will be Jock Russell. Jock Russell? That goes back a few years. Jock Ramsey in the Opel Manta. Fifth is Richard Weaver, and sixth John Wood. Seventh position John McKenzie. Eighth Laura Wardle. Ninth Jeff Tremlow, and 10th Stuart Wood. That's the end of that first Tin Top runoff, and we shall see all those cars again in the class runs in the afternoon, and then presumably, if they all survive, in the second Tin Top runoff. Now we've got Matt Ryder coming to the line. They're sending Matt Ryder up now as a double drive in the top 12 challenge. So the car's sound much healthier now. So much healthier than it was earlier, but it's a very wet track now. So this is number one, Matt Ryder. So here they do a challenge for all the rest of the runners in this top 12. Off the line safe for that time. Much quicker here up to Oak Tree. And into the 8th. Right in the middle of the road. Aggressive drive these conditions. Plumes of spray coming up off the back of the car, the diffusers and the wheels at the back. Focus spray just skims the verge. There's a bit spray, but he's obviously well up for the rest of the time in this run, this batch. There's a 42.01 from Matthew Ryder. That will certainly lead a challenge to those to follow. So we're going to get Matt Ryder going to come. He'll actually get the first car back down because you want to get back down as quick as possible to get the car over to Sean Gould, so he comes back out the top paddock without stopping, and followed by the other three saloon car, the rest of the saloon cars from the top 10 we've just seen. So Matt Ryder sets a time of 42.01. I'm actually giving you the list of brothers and riders as they come down, probably. Matt Ryder has gone up there, he'll be followed now. The first car will be Aaron Colborne, then Paul Hames. I'll tell you the numbers for you just a minute. Yeah, so it's Aaron Colborne, number 23, number 10, Paul Hames, then number 5, Trevor Willis, 19, Jonathan Varley, 6, Dave Juren, 17, Alex Coles, 8, David Warburton, 9, Jack Cottrell, 4, Wallace Mingies, 7 Sean Gould, and 3 Will Hall. And with no further ado, it's Aaron Colburn on the line in the family Van Diemen. Aaron qualified for both runoffs in Creekantlet this year. So he finished in 12th position both times. So he's qualified here in 12th position. Let's see what we can do in this ex-circuit racing car. Looks like it's definitely getting wetter on the hill there, or up through the meadow and up to East Bray. Turn East Bray safely through there. And the S's. Good run from Aaron. That was a good speedy run, Van Colburn. 44.03. 44.03. So that's like 2 seconds slower than Matt Ryder. Paul Hames now in the turbocharged Gould. He experimented with tyres this year, Paul. As I say, there's no new Avons available. Many of the runners struggling to keep their tyres. Oh no, Paul stalled it, but he's not crossed the line. Another car which has in the past had issues with starting difficulties, but hopefully we'll get away this time. No, it stalled again. Paul wiping his visor there, the rain coming down quite hard. Edgeway this time, 2.51. Still no intermediate time, I'm afraid, so can't give you an idea of progress against the clock. Just what you see on the screen is what I can see as well. So he's down on, that will be down on Matt Ryder, I think, at the top of the hill there. 42.18, not far back behind Matt, just 1700ths of a second. So 42.18, which starting to look at Matt's time may not be a winning time. Trevor Willis, OMS 28. And Trevor's left the line, 2.38, so slightly slower than Matt Ryder at that point, and we'll just wait and see how it compares towards the end of the run now. Great, watch the precision of these drivers in these conditions. Trevor very close to the edge of the track, but just skims the verge. He's at 41, is he? No, 42.20, so goes third. Just 200s behind Paul Hames, so Matt Ryder still leads, but just by 1700ths of a second. There's a bit of a gap there, probably to fill by a few more runners. Next car of Jonathan Varley, 2-litre Ted Davis engined Predator. Car originally built by Graham White Jr. with an Arrows Formula 1 V10 engine about 15 years ago. He did win a runoff here in the car in that configuration. Then it was put away for a number of years before Jonathan picked it up. And initially had a 2-litre BDG engine in it before he commissioned this Terry Davis V8. And the car hasn't looked back since then. Through the S's. Top corner now. It's going to be a 41 maybe. Oh, it's 42.12. But that goes into second position at the moment. It's all very close here. 1100s behind Matt Ryder, so they're getting closer to Matt's time now. Now Dave Uren, number 6, sixth the championship last year, and there's some ex-Martin Groves GR55B 3.5 Nicholson McLaren engine. Oh, and installed it as well. And hello to Paul Ranson joining the chat. Paul Ranson was Martin Groves' co-driver when they drove this car all those years ago. I'm sure Paul's pleased the car's still running, and still running well. Traction control eventually works that time, and Dave's left the line. At the junction there for Dave, but did nothing major. And 42.01 to beat, so it's quicker through the S's. And the other shows a 41.98. Dave Duran goes into the lead. 41.98. Also interested to see John Bradburn on the stream as well, chatting. So lots of top hill climbers getting involved in watching the stream. The rain has stopped. The puddles are no longer bouncing with drops on them. So the rain has stopped at the moment. Alex Coles comes to the line in the little 4TA. And Alex is off the line. 2.44. That's a great time from Dave Duran there. Target time for all runners is 41.98. Alex twitching through junction, but safely through. No lifting there from Alex Coles, it seemed like. Really quick to top of his break. And he's just 0.17 of a second, 0.2 of a second down. And he's across the line in a 41.78. Alex Coles takes the lead. Alex Coles takes the lead, and welcome to Alex Summers joining the chat. Missing you here, Alex. I hope you're a bit drier down south than we are up here. Dave Warburton on the line. Now we've got a 41.78 target for Dave Warburton. Alex Coles' great time there in the little 4TA. It's going to be close. It's going to be close. 41.67. David takes the lead. 41.67. So all this is pushing Matt Ryder further down the pile. Now Jack Cottrell, another one of our younger drivers, Jack in the Dallara. We had a Dallara on the hills before. We called it Dallara because Derek Young mated a Dallara front end with I think his own specification of rear end. He called it the Dallara many years ago. So it's probably the first top flight Dallara we've seen here since then. Dallara, of course, an Italian manufacturer of many race cars in the past, and yep, Jack's off the line, 2.46, the average time off the line, so what's he going to do at the top of the hill? There'll be some water moved off the line, no more rain falling. Quicker than Dave Warburton. So let's go to 42nd run, is it from Jack? 40.77 for Jack Cottrell. 40.77 takes the lead. So now the big three gold 59s. First of all is Wallace Mingies, number 4. Wallace has now stalled his car, but he can just start up again. His starter motor working well. Wallace leaves the lane, 2.32, that's the quickest I think we've seen, more or less. And then inside, just watch the picture, guys. Just watch how the Master does it. Actually doing narrow confined and onto looking narrow. Round up the steepest, each place steeper than it looks in the pictures. 32.8, quickest so far, a second up on Jack Cottrell. He's put sub 40, it will be 39.54 Wallace Mingies. 39.54 for Wallace Mingies. That's a 1.23 in the lead. 2 to go. Sean Gould now in the Matt Ryder car. So Sean just making sure the car's going to cruise up the line now. Time for a few tire burns. Not too many tire burns from there from Sean. Lined up right on the left hand side of the track. Sean lined up, as I say, well to the left of the track there. He knows the time to beat because it's in front of him. 39.54. You can see the screen just in front of the start line. Quickly race the line, 2.21, quickest so far. Tyres are moving towards off the line. Way there of guard gate from Sean Gould. So how's he doing against Wallace's time? Wallace's time is a 32.7 to the S's. Oh, big side with the top east brake from Sean. He's still ahead of Wallace by 0.4 a second. Really take the lead with that one. It should be good. 39.32. Just 0.22 seconds quicker than Wallace Mingies. So it's Sean Gould now from Wallace Mingies and Jack Cottrell. 13.32. So Will Hall now, the last runner here. In his Gould GR59. The newest of the GR59s. I think this is Will's third year, isn't it? Second full year. Will, a master for getting off the line in these conditions. Look at that, 2.16, by far the quickest off the line. Will won the first round of the year at Prescott. We're looking for second round win. To start off a championship, keep it going. 20.1 to Junction. Again, through the essays, and he's quicker than 0.3 of a second quicker than Sean. That's a 37, maybe 38, 39.04. 39.04. Will Hall wins the runoff here at Doune. 39.04 seconds. Second place, Sean Gould, 39.32. Third, Wallace Mingus, 39.54. Jack Cottrell, a good 40.77 for fourth. Then David Warburton, 41.67 for fifth. And Alex Coles, 41.78 in sixth position. Dave Urend, 41.98 in seventh. And then, surprisingly low down, Matt Ryder, 42.01. Ninth position, Jonathan Varley, 2 more good points for Jonathan, 42.12. And Paul Hames picked up the last point of 42.18. Trevor Willis, unsurprisingly, out of the points here. Or surprisingly, should we say, out of the points here, not unsurprisingly. Surprisingly out of the points here, Trevor Willis, in 11th position, 42.20. And Aaron Colborne, 44.03 for his third 12th place of the season. So that is the end of the morning runs. We'll be starting lunch shortly. Matt Ryder picks up 3 points there, and it's 117 he has now, whereas Wallace Mingus picked up 8 and goes to 110. 10 points for Will Hall, makes him 92 now, and Sean Gould picked up 9 for 83. The top 4 stay the same. Trevor Willis, no points for Trevor today. He's in 53, still in 5th position. But Jack, well, he's not in 5th because Jack Cottrell picks up 7 and goes ahead of, into 56 points, into 5th position ahead of Trevor Willis. Dave Urend picks up 4 points in 46. And Alex Coles picks up a good 5 points there, 34, now tied with Alex Summers. 1 point for Paul Hames, gives him 22. Jonathan Varley picks up 2 more, gives him 17. And finally Dave Warburton picks up 6 points, picks up to 20. Puts above Jonathan Varley again. So that's the end of proceedings for this morning. Action on the track will begin once again at 1:45. 1:45 for action on the track and on the stream. So have a good lunchtime, enjoy your break, and we'll see you at 1:45. So, welcome back to Doune here in sunny Scotland. At the moment it's dry, not much extra rain over lunchtime, but the track is still obviously damp, and hopefully it may dry a little bit more if we get more rain. But we were just waiting for all the marshals to get into position, and they should be starting again at the very start of the programme with the cars in the Interclub event, and the first full batch of double-driven cars, which will be headed up by Ewan Bruce in the MGZR. So here we are, back into action with the first car of this afternoon's runs on the line is Ewan Bruce in the MGZR. He did 61.68 in the first run. Conditions were so variable this morning that we're really taking big differences in times. Some will be improvements, some will be deteriorations, I'm sure. So we've got some intermediate times back for us now, so that's good. So you and Bruce going up through the S's at the top of the hill. He should be 61.68 in this run. It's a 59.68, which is just a second away from his actual class record. But that's a 59.68 for Ewan. Now Jody Gordon, number 774. Second in class in the first runs, behind Gary Dixon. And he's a 56.69 in his first run. Class record holder with a 52.09, which he set back in April this year. And Mike King in the Mazda. Double driving with his father Jim. He's the third car on the hill this afternoon. And then we got Thomas Rapson. Joey Gordon, 50 seconds. He could be close to his previous run. I think it'll be slightly quicker. Yeah, it's 55.48, but it's not enough to beat Gary Dixon's first run time. So Gary Dixon still leads the class. And Mike King in the Mazda. Thomas Rapson, the last the saloons here in this batch is followed by Scott Sheridan in the family Reynard. Time for Mike King is a 56.26, which is a slight improvement and should retain his class lead. Thomas Rapson sharing his father's car today after his Subaru had an engine issue yesterday. He's a bit slower, I think, this morning run at the moment. He will not beat his morning run. 53.87 for Thomas Rapson. Scott Sheridan, the last of the runners in this batch. Sheridan at 51.54 earlier. He's below his bat time at the moment now, crossing the lines of 52.40. 52.40. So that's the end of that first small batch of cars. So some improvements there, 2-second improvement by Ewan Bruce and just over a second by Jody Gordon. But Thomas Rapson a bit slower in his first run, but I think he must have got drier conditions earlier on. And then Michael King, slight improvement, but Scott Sheridan slightly slower. So the variable conditions continuing to make things tricky for the drivers here at Doune, and it started to rain again. Just beware, probably showers today, and we're getting showers. And there's another shower just coming in, obviously. So once again, will those early drivers be lucky in the way that the fighting the class time? Well, Jody Gordon, even that quicker time he had in that run, is not going to beat Gary Dixon, who's still 11 hundredths ahead with this first run. So we'll have to wait and see until Gary can improve that time. But it looks like he probably won the class. It looks like oh wow, look at the rain now. Coming to line now is Ian Wright in the Honda Jazz. Oh, but the rain, again, picture of the hill and meadow, the rain is less. So another little shower just swept across the hill there. Bad down here at the beginning, but at the top of the hill, it seems to have stopped again. Ian Wright in the Honda Jazz was third overall in the first runs. Well off the line there from Ian. 3.09 seconds off first 64 feet. And John Hamilton in the mini follows Ian Wright up the hill. Ian Wright, top of the hill, 61.62, just slower than his first run. Now John Hamilton with a 68.99, last in class, 7th in class. Andy Reid and Datsun Cherry follows him up the hill. He was 6th in class. So John Hamilton going to beat his 69.99. It's looking like he might do it. It's a 68.52 for John Hamilton. Still leaves him in 7th position. Andy Reid and Malcolm McDonald the next class up, class A2. Malcolm McDonald, Citroen C2, is in the low reaches of the hill. Time for Andy Reid. 68.55. Well, that is slower than his previous run, but he stayed in 6th position. Malcolm McDonald, unfortunately, only himself to compete against in the class. He did a 66.29. It's a 66.40, so just slightly slower. Neil Goodwood in his Audi TT, former Mazda driver, and David Reid is in the low reach of the hill in his Subaru Impreza. Neil Goodwood very close to the edge of the track. It's a 58.11, which is a good improvement from Neil, but leaves him in 4th position. David Reid in the Impreza, followed by Alexander Reid in this interesting Lego with a 2.6 rotary Mazda engine. He built an Aberdeenshire at 40 million existence, according to Alexander. He's got another project in the pipeline using a Mazda engine, which hopefully we'll see in the future on the hills. David Reid 53.42, and that puts him into 2nd in class at the moment, with Tommy Rapson still to run. And Alexander Reid and John Welsh are 2 competitors in Class A6. Unfortunately, 87 John Salters blew his engine this morning, and so won't be appearing at all today. This is Alexander Reid in the Luego. a 61.62, an improvement for Alexander Reid by a couple of seconds. So John Welsh, surprisingly perhaps, was slower than the leg in the first run. He's quicker than Alexander at the moment, up through Junction and through the exit. And John Welsh leading the class. Quite slow at the top of the hill. Maybe just could be slightly missed it. 61.94, so still the class for Alexander Reid from John Welsh, just by 0.3 of a second. Now here's Neil Ross in the Porsche Boxster. Into Gasly, and he's going off the top of East Bray. Goes across to the left-hand verge and back across to the inside. Just disappeared off camera. I think he should be okay on that. Quite a wide verge there as well. But just a bit too quick at the top of East Bray. So John Shirley will shortly get a red flag, if he hasn't done it already. And the rescue vehicle will go up to pull Neil Ross's car off the wet grass at the top of East Bray. So a bit of a break here for the moment. The replay coming up on the screen. Yes, Neil Ross coming up through the meadow. Seems okay through there, up to the top of East Bray. Quickly veer from the out bottom and just runs wide, comes across the track, across to the other side of the track, goes off our screen, and is somewhere behind the tree on the left hand side of the picture as you look at it now. So yeah, so it should be okay up there. But that'll be a failed run for Neil Ross. So if we didn't see Gary Dixon running there, so presumably having won the class, he has decided not to bother taking his run, perhaps. So we still have two cars to run in Class A1, John Bruce and Campbell Gordon. And we still have Tommy Rapson to see in the Class A3. And good to see some chat appearing again. I was beginning to think you'd all left us this afternoon, but you may be just having a bit of a lie down or having your lunch. But welcome back to those who have joined the chat again. Thank you, Brian Smith, for being very impressed with the hill. The recovery truck going up to the top of the hill, presumably to turn around in the top paddock to get the right angle to come pull the Porsche out and go back down again. So yeah, Brian Smith, first time seeing this hill. 57 years since this hill opened, actually, Brian. 1968. And it's hardly changed in all that time, apart from those trees in the background you can see now were not there 50 years ago. It was very much open moorland across from there. Guys now getting the ropes out to drag the Porsche out of the grassy verge. So we'll have a bit of a break now while waiting for that car to be retrieved. So here we go, kind of Ford trying to pull a Porsche out of the mud. Slowly. Feeling a bit tricky up there, and the rain's now falling down again. Just we see the edge of the Porsche appearing behind the trees now. Yep, just where the marshal's gone to maybe try and dig a better round about the wheels. Probably okay yesterday, but with the wet weather today, wheels are digging in. So let's try again. Yeah. Taking the strain again. And it's coming this time. Yep, the Transit. Pulling out the Porsche, here it comes. Question is, how damaged is it? Oh, pull a bit more, we can see. Marshall looking underneath, taking out the vegetation. And Neil Ross heading on up to the top of the hill. The mud spattered car. Well, it stopped again. Just checking underneath for any extra vegetation or mud. Fortunately, there's quite a wide verge there. And that's him rescued. Thank you very much for the recovery for that. Now the marshal will get to work sweeping away some mud from that part of the hill. As Neil Ross, a bit of damage to the front bodywork there. But the car at least seems to be driving straight. And so it should be, yep, a bit more acceleration up towards the finishing line there. So it's a failed run for Neil Ross. So John Shirley, having been given the red flag, been back down to start, patiently waiting for his chance to take his second run. And here he comes up towards the start line. Just about to be lined up. So if you're watching HillClimb for the first time, the cars all run a black strut at the front of the car. You'll see them. That is lined up against the timing beam. And they cross the beam at the bottom of the hill and the top of the hill. And the times are to the nearest hundredths of a second. strut actually has a name. It's called the Burt Strut, B-U-R-T strut, after Patsy Burt, who was the first British sprint champion back in 1970. She came up with the idea of having this strut to make sure that it was always the frontmost part of the car that crossed the timing beam. And you can't run without one. So John Shirley now approached the top of East Bray, but more cautiously in New Ross. And he'll be followed up by Rob Kinghorn in his Mazda. John Shirley's time is 61.75. So that's second place in class for John. Rob Kinghorn from Inverurie has the Michael King and Jim King. It's a little Mazda enclave up there in Aberdeenshire. Rob Kinghorn's first time here. Mazda, very popular car in hill climbing. We have a Mazda Championship here in Scotland, also a Mazda Championship down south and Gurston Down. But a number of Mazdas competing in other specialised modified classes as well. Rob Kinghorn followed up by the lovely Morris Mini of Peter Weering. Rob Kinghorn had a 66-second run the first time around. He's going to be close to that again this time. 66.02. So slightly quicker, but stays in third position. Tommy Lapson, I can hear popping and banging off the line. His target is to now get ahead at least, first of all, of David Reid, who's at a 53.42. And then, of course, ahead of his son Thomas, who's at 53.09. Certainly, Tommy Robson shows some pink sectors there, which shows he's quickest in the class up to that point, but he's now dropped down a bit at junction. So he's not at the moment ahead of the quickest time in the class. Time for Peter Weering. He's at 78.36. Tommy Rapson. And Tommy Rapson, bit of a tail out at the last corner. Nearly caught the barrier on the outside of the last corner. But he does a time of 52.78, which is good enough to take the class win. Jim King at the Mazda. It's a 57.94. A good improvement, but still not enough. And Michael King takes the class by just a second and a half. John Bruce going back to Class A1. This is John Bruce, and Campbell Gordon follows him up. The last two runners in Class A1, both a fair bit behind the class leading time, the 55 seconds. John Bruce does 61.9 and Campbell Gordon 62.2, but I know Campbell had probably the worst of the weather earlier in the morning, so he should have to find a few more seconds off that time. John Bruce 65.06, that's a bit slower than he was this morning. How can Campbell Gordon do? Still going quite slow compared to Son Judy. Actually, might pick up a second. Yep, 61.55, which actually pushed him up into third in class. Fourth in class. And that's the end of that batch. So we have therefore got a number of classes we can review. And starting with that class A1, the winner of the class, in just one run, is Gary Dixon, 55.37, from Jody Gordon, 55.48. And in third place is Ian Wright in the Jazz, 61.43, and Campbell Gordon, 61.55. John Bruce, fifth, from Auntie Reid and John Hamilton. Obviously, Malcolm McDonald wins class A2, as did Ewan Bruce in class J1, has been one of the runners. Class A3, therefore won by, in that last round, by Tommy Rapson, a 52.78 from Thomas Rapson, a 53.09. David Reid, 53.42. And Neil Girdwood, 58.11. In the road sports class, just the two starters there, and it's Alexander Reid who wins ahead of John Welsh. In class A8 for Mark Road Sports Cars, it's Neil Ross who wins with his first run time of 59.2, ahead of John Shirley, 61.75. The Mazda is won by Michael King from Jim King and Rob Kinghorn. Peter Wearing himself in the class B1, and that's all we have had so far. One more batch of interclub runners with a number of national double driven entries. Going back to that interesting and unusual Ruego, when Alexander Reid first got the car, it's a Z-Tech engine, but he decided that he'd fit a twin-rotor Mazda, 240 horsepower, from an RX-8 because of the lower centre of gravity and a much more linear torque delivery, he tells me. And that is the car you now see on the hill today. The Lego is a derivative of the low cost produced by Haynes from 1992. And as I say, it was built in Aberdeenshire and is one of about 40 in existence. So another member of the Caterham, Westfield, Lotus 7 family. His next project is to take a early 1970s Royal Formula Ford car and fit the Mazda engine to that and turn it into a single seater, which would run in the larger single seater classes. So we're quite interested to see how that compares to others. But enough of that, we're back into live action. And it's Craig Spooner our visitor in the Westfield. Craig is up from Hillzone in the West Midlands, and he did have the worst of the weather this morning. And 73.29 run for Craig this morning. So that was when the rain was really tipping it down. This time around, he still should be in the mid 60 seconds with his run. Very close to 65.78 for Craig Spooner. Unfortunately, no opposition in that class. Into the Saloon Leavers and no save Colin Graham. But this is Mark Rennie in the Ford Fiesta, another one who had the worst of the weather earlier, and this was definitely a big improvement for Mark Rennie in the Ford Fiesta. The Ford Fiesta is 61.92, nearly 12-second improvement there. We're not seeing presumably Colin Robertson again, and it looks like Colin Graham's not going to be coming out either. So after Mark Rennie, we have Michael Bartlett in the Radical, and also the Hill Ledger Sheridan in the Eggs Formula 3 Reynard. Then Michael Bartlett, another one to get the worst of the weather this morning. And he picks up 6 seconds, 54.87 for Michael Bartlett. Much quicker, obviously, this afternoon. Herbert Ledger Sheridan shows a 54.75. Our husband Scott at 51.54. We certainly won't see Tom Graham, the third runner in this class. Of course, he had a big off this morning. So Ledger Sheridan go across the line. Could this beat our husband? Yes, she can. 51.16 by 0.38 of a second. So Leslie wins that class from Scott. So we're now into first of double driven cars from the national classes. And here's John Wood in the Family Mini. Already had 3 runs today with a practice, a class run and a top 10 runoff run. That's a 59.65 for John Wood, and that's a big improvement, and actually goes into the lead in the class over Stuart Wood. Craig Nichol, class leader in class B. Just mind you that we don't have Robert Toone and Johnny Toone. They're going home this morning. Craig Nichol, 54.11 was his time this morning. That's a 52.63. Extends his lead. Laura Wardle in the Porsche. Again, she's had 3 runs this morning already. So her 4th run of the day. Spray for Laura, but stays on the track. So 67 the first run, this will be quicker. This is a 63.16, that's 4 seconds quicker. But remains in second place. Richard Weaver in the 66. So, addition to the programme, Richard and Tom Weaver decided to bring the Citroen instead of the single-seater Empire this weekend. And then Tom having come second in the tin top runoff. So it's been a good decision. This is Richard. .94. That's an improvement, but still behind Tom. And so on to single-seater, double driver Morgan Hamer in the 600cc OMS. We don't see many 600cc down the hill these days. These are really popular. There's a lot of Jedis. We still have a few down south. I've seen a few this year at Gurston Down. But there used to be quite a lot of Jedis, and Matt Ryder, of course, used to race Jedis in the Formula 1000 Championship on the circuits of England. So the Jedi first built by John Corbin in Northamptonshire about 30 years ago now, probably more than that. But still very effective small cars if you're small enough to fit into them. So that's the end of that batch, and Morgan Hamer's time there was a 53.42, which is just behind cousin Archie Kerr, who was on 53.24, and with a run to come. Yes, in Class C0, the Saloon Liebers, Mark Rennie came from behind to take the class win over Colin Graham. We didn't see Colin Graham that run, and we didn't see Colin Robertson at all today, although he was here yesterday practicing. And a message here from SRW48 tells us that Pikes Peak live feed is up and running, but at the moment no action on the hill, so keep us up to date, SRW, and we'll let people know when the action begins and where you can find it. Wayne Penrose tells us sitting here watching the live stream from the cafe just across the yard here, so probably better to stay there than be out in the rain. Good to see Wayne over from Australia. And according to Wayne also, he's been in Scotland for 2 days. It's only rained 50% of the time. You're unlucky there, Wayne. Another update from SRW48 says Pikes Peak is on hold at the moment due to high winds at the top of the course. Not something we have a problem with really here, but then we don't have multi-foot drops off the side of the track as they do at Pikes Peak. So we wait the next batch of cars. Currently the start line area is empty. But I can see a car coming out from the paddock now, and it is Tom Weaver. So Tom Weaver in the Saxo did a 57.55 in the class run to qualify for the top 10 challenge. We then did a 56.60 to be second, only behind Simon Bainbridge chrono. And he's left the line. He now has to, his father is still behind him after his second run, so Tom just has to beat his own time and hopefully qualify for the second runoff. 57.55. He's down the first run. He spun it to the heat spray and just too quick at the bottom of heat spray. Spins across the track and then rests gently against the barrier, pointing downhill. Car's okay, the car's moving again. He pulled just have trouble getting off the wet grass, so that's a... Yes, he just ran a bit wide at the right hand at the bottom of heat spray. And he just caught the edge and spun him around. Just a gentle run into the bars at the side of the car, and Marshall's there quickly, so that should be a fairly, get a few Marshall there and push him out, we should be okay, but that'll be a failed run for Tom Weaver. And yeah, Tom Weaver car back on the track. I think he'll just be waiting for clearance now to go down the hill, because obviously Kevin Dodd was flagged halfway up the hill, so we'll have to wait till Kevin gets out of the way before Tom can get back down again, and so have to check over that car to make sure it's safe for Father Richard to participate in the runoff, and of course obviously Tom will not be able to do that. I was unlucky. He started spinning before he caught the verge with the left rear. Car should be okay. It was like it dented the door mirror on the driver's side is hanging off. As the thing sticking out the most. As I say, it's very gentle nudge into the barrier. See a car coming down the hill now. And in fact, look at the pictures now, you can see a dry line appearing on the track. Kevin Dodd just stopped at Garden Gate. So let Tom Weaver go down past, then he'll turn Kevin Dodd round. Again, back up, down to the bottom, and back up the hill again. And we've got sunshine now. Will we get any more rain? Looking in the background of the picture, clearer skies over there, over the hills in the background, so maybe we've had the worst of it. Start line Marshall basking in the sun. So Kevin Dodd being staged again at the start line, ready to take his rerun. Kevin Dodd running by himself in class with Richard Andrews being a non-starter. Kevin Dodd's first year hill climbing. As he crosses the meadow in lovely summer sunshine. John Pick leaves the line in the AMS Mortaya, losing rapidly any benefit he had from four-wheel drive as the track dries. So Kevin at 69.11, his first run is going to be slightly quicker this time, 67.86. John Pick in the Mortaya, followed up by Stuart Wood in the Mini. So John Pick, lovely little car this AMS. John's had it for a number of years. Also the MG Metro 6R4 in his garage at home. It's a time for John Pick of 56.24, a slight improvement, and moves above Alan Nicol into second in class. Stuart Wood in the Mini has lost his class lead to John Wood, so he needs to get below 59.65 this time to retake the class lead. He may do that, so it should be quite close, 57.58, 58.02. So Stuart Wood does take the lead back again in that mini class. And here's Jock Ramsey in the Manta following John McKenzie in the Lotus Cortina. If you watched the runoff earlier, you'd have seen Jock eventually get to the top in fourth position in the runoff, having qualified second. If you've also seen the runoff earlier, you realise how wet it was, and it may interest you to know that Jock was running on slicks in the runoff earlier. He doesn't have any wet tyres with him, so he'll be home for a dry afternoon. That's Jock Ramsey in the Manta. John McKenzie's time in the Cortina, 60.84. Alan Nicol leads the line in the Caterham Super 7. Jock blowing some blue smoke out the back of Jock's car there. 55.10, easily takes the class from John McKenzie, and they will both qualify for the top 10 runoff, 10 top runoff. Alan Nicol go back to Class B. Lost his class second place to John Pick. Actually got Donald McCaskill coming out this afternoon, so another possible runner for the top 10 challenge. Donald didn't run this morning because he had no slick tyres, but coming out this afternoon to have a run. Time for Alan Nichols, 55.21, and that takes back second place in the class from John Pick. So look at the black Mitsubishi Lancer, Donald McCaskill. First sight of him today. Jonathan Williamson near the top of the hill. Should be improving, 57.27. And here comes Donald McCaskill in the big Mitsubishi. The bottom of East Bray. Gets the top of the qualifier for runoff. And that's a safer altitude for Donald McCaskill. 51.59. He could well challenge Simon Bainbridge in the top 10 challenge. Jeff Tremlow in the Subaru. And then Archie Kerr in the small OMS Hornet again. Jeff Tremlow's time 60.86, a big improvement on his first run, but now falling behind Donald McCaskill. Look at Archie Kerr do. He's won the class already. Can he get below 53? Can't very much so. 50.84. So wins the class by 2.5 seconds from cousin Morgan Hamer. Now Steve Morgan, number 41 in the Empire Evo. Was the slowest runner in the class earlier on, but he got fairly poor conditions for his run. That's a quicker time, 53.72 for Steve Morgan. Phil Harris, the first of the Formula Fords. And Demon RF85. All the Formula Fords, of course, running with Ford 1600cc Kent engines. The original Formula Ford actually had 1500cc engines. Oh, and Paul spun coming out of Junction, and that's an unusual place. Spun onto the inside of the track at Junction. And the nose cone, I think, has come off. But yeah, just... not sure I've seen a car go off in that direction before, but he's okay. Car didn't hit anything. Well, there's a bit of a ridge up from the track onto the grass verge there, so that's probably why the nose cone came off. But see how much damage might be done to that car, because that would obviously affect Jimmy Harris's prospects, and Jimmy fighting hard to main in the British Hillclimb Cup Championship. So replay coming up on the screen. Safely through tunnel and up to Junction. Just he turns in, Seems to turn in, even before he turned in, it seems to turn in a bit early, I think, for the apex, and just has caught the verge and bounced up onto the wider grass verge, and well, we'll have to see how the car is. How the car is, there'll be a bit of a delay there, and Rebecca Crocombe will get a rerun. And Rebecca down at Garden Gate, waiting for clearance to go back down to start line again. But yeah, so Paul car seems to be straight enough anyway. He's trying to move it off the grass, but a bit wet the grass now. And they've got him off onto the track again, and he's heading into the reversing into the fire slot there, so I'm not sure what he's doing. The brush out to sweep the track, but Paul's reversing in there. And in fact, they're sending Paul Harris up to the top of the hill, carrying his nose cone. So an interesting drive for him. So Paul Harris, the car's obviously straight, no mechanical damage, but have to get back down and ready for Jimmy to take his run. So an unfortunate incident there for Paul. He was third in class after the first runs. There is a Formula Ford Challenge held down in England with one round at Lowton Park. I'll say one round, there's 4 runs, there's really 4 rounds at Lowton Park. 4 rounds at Gurston Down in August, and then 4 rounds at the Curborough Sprint event at the beginning of October. And the best 8 of the 12 times for those 12 runs count towards your score. Interesting system where you score points as a percentage of the winning time of the run. So in theory, if you win all the rounds, you would get 1,200 points, 100 points for the quickest time, and then a percentage if you're slower than that. So we look forward to seeing good field of about 20 plus Formula Ford cars into that competition most years. Start line, just having a look at the back of Rebecca Crocombe's car there, but I think he's happy with it, and her thumbs up. And Becky starts the car up and comes towards the start line again. On her way. She'll followed up by Lindsay Summers. All these Van Diemen's built in Norfolk by Ralph Furman. The company began in 1973. with Furman joined by Ross Ambrose from Tasmania, and thinking of a name for the company. With Ambrose coming from Tasmania, which used to be called Van Diemen's Land, they decided to call the cars Van Diemen's. And one of the first drivers of the Van Diemen FA73 was Scotsman Donald McLeod. He went on to win the Formula Ford Festival a couple of times. So Becca Crocombe up the top of East Bray. Lizzie Summers not far behind, and Al McDonald has left the line as well. Time for Rebecca Crocombe, 69.35. Lindsay Summers is a 60.67. And Al McDonald in the fourth. Of that Simon Bainbridge, so does that mean we're not going to see Matthew Price, I wonder? Alan McDonald speeding up to the top of East Bray. Can he then take the class win if we're not going to see Matthew Price? Alan McDonald needs to get into 53s to beat Matthew Price. It's a 52.31 for Alan McDonald. Just to wait and see whether Matthew Price does appear. Here's the chrono again. Winner of the first of the top 10 runoffs. They take 51 seconds exactly. There should be less than that in this dry weather conditions. We've got 48, 49, 49.17 for Simon Bainbridge. 49.17. Here's Matthew Price now, running out of sequence. So he now has to be at 52.31, which Alan McDonald just set. And Matthew Price up in time at the moment, purple sectors through the top aces. And I think that'll be a 50 second, sub 50 second run. 49.34 for Matthew Price. And that will win the class from Alan McDonald. Ben Hamer into 1100cc. This is a dual driven car with Colin Will, the BMW engine OMS. Near the top of the hill, followed up by Alan Warburton in the Gould GR59. Time for Ben Hamer, 47.21. Just a slight improvement on his first lap time. Alan Warburton did a 47.7 the first time up. Alan been running a wide variety of cars in the hills over the years. 47.30 for Alan, so it's slightly quicker. And that's the end of the batch, I think. Yep, the car's coming down from the top of the hill now. So going back to the classes we had a look at. There's quite a few to look at here. Craig Nichol won Class B from Alan Nichol and John Pick. Stuart Wood beat John Wood in Class C1, and Jock Ramsey beat John McKenzie in Class C2. Jonathan Williamson 57.27 ahead of Laura Wardle in Class C3. In Class C4, Donald McCaskill taking a run there this afternoon and winning that class from Jeff Twemlow. A lot of classes just with two cars, so and some quite vast differences in the times between them. Matthew Price comes back through to win the class from Alan McDonald. Simon Bainbridge lowers his time to win that class, and Archie Kerr beats Morgan Hamer in Class H. And that's where we are now at the start of the single-seaters. So that time of Ben Hamer's in that run we've just seen equalled the time set with Jonathan Flesher in the first run. So Jonathan and Ben currently both on 47.21, and so it will be their other run, which will decide who finishes above who. If your better time is tied, then your second time is used as the next ranking between two equal drivers. Gary Warren, of course, leads that class at 45.83. I see the cars coming down the hill, and as I speak, the times for Class I appear on the screen in front of me. Good to see on the chat Cohen Kramer, who's the grandson, in fact, of Chris Kramer, who won the Hillclimb Championship in 1985. And he's Cohen set to drive the 85 winning Gould up Prescott later on this year. So good to have you on board, Cohen. I remember seeing your father in many cars over the past. 3.4 litre V6 March comes to mind as being a very prominent car in my memory of Chris on the hill. And it's funny how you always remember, well, I do always remember past commentary from various people. Commentators, like, we do tend to have our own pet phrases talking about drivers. And I always remember commentators down south, Chris, John Moody, etc., talk about Chris Kramer, the architect from Stroud, was what he'd all described as. And here we are back in action. It's Tom Morgan on the line here in the Empire Evo. He was second in class in the first runs. Tom and Father Steve, the first time here at Doune. They're loving it. So we'll probably see them back again. The PCD Saxon. Often commonly thought of as the design that preceded the GWR Raptor, designed by the same person. Andrew Patterson now driving it, having driven Formula 4s for a number of years, and then of course the last couple of years. Tom Morgan 46.14. Slight improvement, but still second in the class. Andrew Patterson followed by Gary Warren, class leader. And Andrew Patterson running wide on top of East Bray onto the verge, but carries on to the finishing line. The only run in this class not registered for the British Championship. A 50.30 for Andrew Patterson, which actually is quicker than the first run. Despite that off, Gary Warren begins to below 45 seconds this time. I would think so. Jonathan Fletcher. Oh, Gary. Oh, well they placed. Gary Warren at the top of the hill. From the end of the S's up through the division line, weaving back and forth, but successfully crossed at 43.46. All these runners improving their times in this class as the condition much better than they were earlier in the day. Jonathan Fletcher, and no sign of Richard Matossian in the Raptor. So Jonathan Fletcher coming up now, 45.62, and that puts him up into second position in the class. Will Hamer, who was fourth off the first run, has slipped down now to fifth. And he slowed down there. He seemed to take the inside line at East Bray, and he must have missed the gear or just lost the engine off the cam, and it was a slow run for Will, so 48.08. And noticeable slowing down at the top of East Bray. Now here's Jimmy Harris this time. So Jimmy Harris and Lawrence Mars behind him on the hill. So Jimmy Harris 54.87 to lead the class. He should be that. He's got a red flag actually. So I'm not sure what that's for. Red flag right up at the top of the hill. I think we've got Gary Warren car, maybe just not. Yeah, I think maybe. The sweep at the top of the hill for after Gary Warren's run. So Jimmy Harris unfortunately will get a rerun there for him, and so will Lawrence Marks. So Jimmy Harris did in fact make the top in a 66.86, but obviously he was red flagged just before he got there. So that will be a rerun for Jimmy and for Lawrence. carry on screen there. Just a fairly exciting run through the last S's in the bend at the finish. And Jimmy Harris's time, if Jimmy Harris he should win the class, which will give him another 9 points in the British Hillclimb Cup, the multi-class championship, currently led by jointly by Jonathan Varley and David Warburton, who have scored wins in all rounds so far. Jimmy Harris is at wins in all round apart from one, and also in one of the rounds had a class record, which gives him an extra point. So in fact he is just 2 points behind the joint leaders at the top. As in the main championship, you can drop your 6 worst scores, so there are just watching Lawrence Marsh doing a multi-point turn at the bottom of the hill to go back to the line. There are 24 rounds in the British Hillclimb Cup, all the mainland championship weekends, so they don't go to Jersey, Guernsey or Ireland. So it's 24 rounds, the best 18 count. And quite often the winner of the cup depends on how many class records they break during the year for that extra point. So that's a So sweeping's all done, the track's all clear. I'm just waiting for Lawrence Marsh to leave the line. Obviously Jimmy Harris will have to go back down the hill before he gets his rerun, but that will be at the end of this batch. So Lawrence was 5th overall after the first runs in the Formula Ford class. He's followed by Sarah Bosworth, who was 2nd overall. So can Sarah, in these better conditions, may put some pressure on Jimmy Harris before he comes back for his rerun. Interestingly, the very first Hillclimb Championship, the very first Scottish Hillclimb Championship in 1970, was actually won by Ted Clark driving a Formula Ford Lotus 51, which he also used on the circuits. It was the first instance until Jimmy Harris won Challenge Race. The first instance, the only instance of a Formula Ford car winning a national championship, national Hillclimb Championship in history. So Ted Clark, Scottish Hillclimb Championship 1970. If anybody asks a question in a pub quiz. Sarah Bond with 56.96. She was actually a bit slower. Lawrence Marsh with a 67.56. He was slightly slower as well. So Jimmy Harris will have won the class overall. Can he win this actual run this afternoon? And he's short. On the hill. Oh, and he spun it exactly to as Paul Harris. He spun it at Junction onto the inside verge at Junction. There may be a little damp patch there, I'm not sure, but that's the second driver to do a very identical mistake there. No bodywork fluid off that car, but Again, he's quite far off the track, so another delay here as Andy Short goes off here at junction. Coming up on screen, safely through the tunnel and up to junction, but just as he turns in, the back steps out and he spins across into the thankfully wide verge on the inside of the junction corner. And he's coming back on track, but he's just lost a piece of bodywork there. He's got to cross the track to the other side now to try and turn round. Don't get stuck in the mud. No, he's fine. He's on the skate road and has a 360 there really to get the right angle to get up the rest of the hill. So he's got his wing end plate which nicked off the front of the car, and he's off up to the top of the hill. And we'll be back in action very shortly. So that's a fail for Andy Short. Jason Tunnicliffe on the line, 1 litre turbocharged Empire. Jason lying third in class. Slightly slow time, I thought the first run, a 50.12. Jason Tunnicliffe this time, I think. That's a 46.41 for Jason. He's put him up as the second in class behind David Warburton. So Jason Tunnicliffe quicker there than Alan Warburton. Here's David. Always goes well here at Doune. Scored points in the first runoff. Over the line now, a 41.27. Full second quicker than he was on his earlier run. Andrew Colburn, father of Aaron, who qualified for the runoff earlier on. This is Andrew. And then he's followed by Leslie Much. So it's double drivers here again. Andrew Colburn and Les Much, the GWR Raptor, the 1.3 Turbo Raptor. Which you might have expected Stuart Sugden to have qualified for the first run, but in fact Stuart was the slowest in the class in the first run, surprisingly. Didn't expect that. And didn't qualify, so hopefully he'll do better shortly. Andrew Colburn's time is a 55.48, and Les Much Let's put him a couple of seconds there, 44.98. Steve Owen. Steve Owen stalled the car and is just starting up again. Didn't cross the start line with the rear wheel, so he's happy to go again. And he's away. Much popping and banging. And Steve followed up by Nicola Mingies. Steve was the first runner in Class L for the over 2 litre racing cars. He's a 46.14, a slight improvement. Still leading 8th at the best. Nicola Mingies, the sheep fuel of 47.31. And then we get Sean Gould after that. So Nicola Mingies up to Toby's Gray. No issues with Nicola. And 47.87. Sean Gould on the second run here. Can he get below 40? Sean is a 40.49 for Sean Gould. 40.49. So that's the end of that batch, and we have one more batch of cars to come. Yep, we have one more batch of cars to come, and then we'll be into the two runoffs after that. So Sean was pretty close to the barrier in the outside Garden Gate in that run. Sharp to get through the commentary box. Someone was watching with me. But he got some success in 40.49. fastest runner, obviously Sean Gould for the second run-off, 40.49, and David Warburton, 41.27. So the most of the runners who appear in the first run-off still to come. I'm sure the first car of this one may well be Jimmy Harris. Just turn him round and send him back up the hill for his rerun. We shall wait and see that one. But look at this lovely sunshine we have here now. The track looks pretty dry down here on the screen, on the open parts, just after the first corner at the top of the hill. But of course, under the trees, there's probably still patches of damp line. So it'll be very tricky mixed conditions for drivers now, and that may be what caught Sean out down at Garden Gate. Just quite a damp patch. So there'll be reports come back from Sean to Matt Ryder to tell him where to watch out for. He's the fourth position, Matt, to have a co-driver, shall we say, to help him. It seems there's a recovery vehicle going, so there must be somebody at the top of the hill who needs a tow. Maybe it is, I have been checking who's been coming down, but a few more minutes to try to dry out even more. You can see the wind blowing here on the trees. Yeah, I thought it might be. They're going off to collect Sean Gould's car because it won't start again. So having a bit of issues with that car today. Hopefully it'll start okay for Matt Ryder's run. While we're waiting, let's look at the possible runners and riders for the Tin Top Challenge. Well, obviously we only had 10 runners the last time, and we've added Donald McCaskill this time, but we know that Tom Weaver won't be qualifying this time because he's in the East Bray. So try and get into some kind of order. We'll have Richard Weaver will be on the hill in the runoff. He said a 59.94. Moving down, John Wood with a 59.65 and Stuart Wood with a 58.02. John McKenzie with a 60.84 and Jock Ramsey with a 55.10. We then have Laura Wardle on a 63.16 and Jonathan Williamson on a 57.27. Donald McCaskill comes in now at 51.59. Jeff Twemlow at a 60.86 and Simon Bainbridge at a 49.17. 2, 4, 6, 8. That's your 10 runners and riders. So 2 double-down cars this time, John Wood and Stuart Wood, and Laura Wardle and Jonathan Williamson. And it'll be John and Laura who will be the 4 runners, shall we say, and probably Laura first, and she's got 63.16, and Stuart, John Wood at 59.65. I imagine then we go to Jeff Twemlow on a 60.86 and John McKenzie on a 60.84. Coming further down, we've got Richard Weaver 59.94 and John Wood 59.65. Jonathan Williamson is a 57.27. Jock Ramsey 55.10. Donald McCaskill 51.59, and Simon Bainbridge 49.17. So that's my estimate for the runners and riders of the top 10 Tin Top Challenge. So can Simon Bainbridge hold off Donald McCaskill? I'm just checking he's registered. Yes, he is registered. So he will be able to participate in that top 10 challenge. Sean Gould has got to the top of his spray behind the tow truck, which is about to now release him and let him come down to the bottom. Going back to the up to 1100cc racing cars, that class is won by Gary Warren with 43.46, from Jonathan Flesher 45.62, and Tom Morgan 36.14. Ben Hamer 47.21 beats his brother Will Hamer by 0.34 of a second. Richard Witosian didn't take a second run, he's gone home apparently. In 6th place, and Andrew Patterson, and finally Steve Morgan. We know that Jimmy Harris will win the Formula 4 class overall, with his second run still to come. Sarah Bosworth will be second, and Paul Harris, despite the fail, his second run will be third. Which leaves Lindsay Summers actually in 4th position, ahead of Lawrence Marks, just ahead of Becca Crocombe. The 1600cc racing car class, David Warburton wins that with a 41.27 from Jason Tunnicliffe 46.41, and Alan Warburton 47.30. And we now pick up the last 3 of the racing car classes in this next batch, as well as Stuart Robb's classic Bull Beam. There's Jimmy Harris leading the line now to try and make sure he picks up class leading points for this run. He's got a target of 56.96, which is Sarah Bosworth's time. So he needs to keep winning his class to keep in touch with the leaders in the British Hillclimb Cup. Aaron Colborn is on the hill. Aaron qualified for the first runoff, finishing 12th position in that runoff. But Jimmy Harris safely negotiates the top of the hill this time up, and he should win the class with that run. 50.97, easily quickest for Jimmy Harris. And as he was waiting for his rerun, the track was getting drier and drier. Aaron Colborn now, and Gavin McLaren in the Pilbeam MP88 follows him. Aaron Colborne's down to 44.82. He may struggle to qualify this time on that time. Gavin McLaren just getting used to this new to him pill beam. Last year drove a smaller engine car in the 100cc class, so just getting used to the 2 litre power. I think it's a Millington engine in that car. Jonathan Varley now, who should win the class here today. So Gavin McLaren still getting up to the top of the last bend. Like camera feeds there on the low reaches, and we're trying to find Jonathan Varley, and I've just think he must have stopped somewhere. Much activity outside the office here. Recovery vehicle going up the hill, so what's happened to Jonathan? Obviously we can't see the moment until we find out the situation. But that's got no finish there for Jonathan in this run. So it seems that Jonathan's gone off the track, possibly Garden Gate. I can't see any. The report is he's out of the car. Okay, so that's good news. But also be a bit of a delay while we recover that car from the track. So good news there that the car will be able to run back to the bottom of the hill. Jonathan's car, they've taken the front wing off it, and they'll be able to roll it back down. So no great damage to Jonathan there. Obviously not qualified for this runoff, and he won't score any points in the British Hillclimb Cup, which will leave David Warburton all alone at the top of the Cup Championship table at the moment. But of course, it's the best 18 of 24, so easily for Jonathan to come back and get back in contention there. You can see on screen now we've got the Marshall's recovery vehicle, and just slightly pixelated the picture in that area. That's a better one now. So we'll just get time to get the car back down. We'll be back on our way again very shortly. And good to see the Jonathan Varley car and Jonathan coming back down the hill behind but not attached to the recovery truck. So that's good news there. We shall soon have him back in the paddock. Is he attached to the truck? I don't think he is. Let's see. No, he's running freely. So thank goodness for that. And that's the new Recticel barrier, I believe, at Garden Gate. So it's done its job very well on its first appearance. Back into action now then, here at Doune, with the continuation of the single-seater classes. After unfortunate incident for Jonathan Varley, we're moving in now to the forced induction class, where we should see some excitement. This is Stuart Sugden in the GWR Raptor. Into away from the line a little bit. And now Stuart Sugden's in a bit of an incident up there. And unfortunately, that's a fail there for Stuart Sugden. We shall wait and see what happened. Hello everyone on the stream, the chat on the stream. Yeah, I'm afraid I have no information at the moment about the situation. So we haven't lost sound. I'm still here, but currently no information to tell you about what is happening on the hill with Stuart Sugden. So when we do have some information, we'll get back to you with that as soon as possible. I think we have had a few instances recently as the track dries out in most places. The other parts of the track still remain a bit damp, and on the approach to Garden Gate and under the trees up through the tunnel, there will still be some moisture lying on the track, which may be catching out some of the drivers. And you see, even looking at that picture of the last corner, the inside edge there under the shadow of the tree looks damper than the other part of the track. So very tricky driving conditions. Full dry or full wet would be preferred. Well, glad to see that Stuart Sugden's just come out of the Marshal's support vehicle down here. Said a few naughty words about what happened and straighting back into Paddock. So all good to know the drivers all well and just now rescuing the car from wherever it's ended up. So that's good to hear. Always good to know that drivers are safe and sound. And just get the car down out of the way and we'll get on with the next runners. So the Marshal's been very busy here today, a number of incidents, so and in the inclement weather, so a big shout out to all the Marshals on the hill for struggling through the wet weather and continue to do a professional job in looking after our drivers on the hills and rescuing their cars from precarious positions, shall we say, in some cases. So thank you very much for the boys and girls in orange. I've been and done that myself in the past. I know it can be a hard job to do at times and not always appreciated by people, but without the Marshal, of course, we could not run any motor racing in this country. So Marshals here at Doune, provided by the Scottish Motorsport Marshals Club, which was formed about 50 years ago, and helps at events all over Scotland and in England as well at major events down there. So many thanks to them for their hard work. Of course, HillClimbs don't operate. Oh, here we got a picture of the trailer behind the recovery vehicle reversing up the track. So he's still on the Garden Gate. He's got to go up through the tunnel. So pretty good reversing here to get to Stuart Sugden's car, which he caught a time on the approach to junction. So he must be a bit further up round the corner from where we saw the vehicle there. So sort of there's lack of pictures, a bit of a problem perhaps with the pictures through the tunnel. And we're just waiting to see where the car is. In fact, we there you go, view of Garden Gate, and there's no vehicles in sight there now. So I'm guessing it must be between the two cameras we got here at Garden Gate, and one looking back is from the junction, which is where the car is currently situated. Anyway, as I was saying, thanks very much to all the marshals and all the recovery vehicles for their help here at the hill today. Meeting organised by the Lothian Car Club, and they've been doing that here for the last 57 years, and before that they'd involved at the Rest of Me Thankful. So after all that, we've now found the car. It's on the back of the trailer. So it must have been between the two camera positions we have there. So here's Stugden's car coming back down. Bit of a damage at the back there. As the steward came down the hill out of the marshal's vehicle and had a few choice words about the situation. Obviously very upset about having damaged the car and gone off. But thankfully he is okay.
We know that. We see it like that.
Let's something now on the cameras here. Now the driver, we know the driver's okay. We can run the video. So he's in there into Garden Gate, comes into Garden Gate. Oh yes, he hits the barrier in the house of Garden Gate, and then spins off just through the tunnel there. So that's an interesting position, and not one I've seen going off before. Just at the bottom of this camera here, as you go through the tunnel. See that? Yeah. So good to see Stuart's okay. We've a bit of damage to the car, obviously. Again, similar to Sean Gould earlier, who nearly hit the barrier coming out of Garden Gate. And Jonathan Varley, who went straight on at Garden Gate. Stuart had a bit of trouble there, coming through Garden Gate, running wide, hit the barrier, and then maybe something was damaged. When he came to the next left-hand kink in the track, he just went off onto the side of the track. So car's damaged, Sugden's okay, and it looks like the track is okay as well. So we should be back on song soon. Here we are again. No, it's just a picture of. Yes, here he comes Stuart up through past Oak Tree, up the straight towards Garden Gate, into Garden Gate, hits the barrier on the outside, up the end, and the car just snapped sideways there. So I'd say maybe something broke when he hit the barrier, and the car just snapped sideways off the left of the track, where fortunately perhaps there's a gap in the barrier. So here we are, ready to go back into action again. We have Alex Cole's coming to the line now. So Stirling Marshall's waiting him to come up and line up and take his turn at qualifying for the second runoff. Alex is away, leading the class after the first runs at 42.69. Junction and onto the middle. Let's come safely up through the S's, up to the top of the hill, top corner, round the last corner, 41, 42, 43.75. 43.75 for Alex Coles. And now Paul Hames. Second in class, but that slower time there for Alex Coles maybe gives Paul a chance to nick the class from Alex. He needs to find about 0.7 of a second. Paul, yes, had trouble again with the car. Doesn't get away cleanly, so back for another start. Paul number 10, 10th in the championship last year, and currently now lying in 10th position in the championship this year at the moment. So the drivers will all know that there are some tricky track conditions out there now. Tree Paul Hames up towards Garden Gate. Safely through the middle of the road to Garden Gate and up towards the junction. It's 37.4 at the S's, so he should be, it's actually slower than Alex Cole, so. And that's a slow time for Paul Hames this time, 44.77. Simon Andrews now. Then Jack Cottrell. Simon Andrews over the line at 48.37. And here's Jack Cottrell with the Cosworth XD 2.65. Unturboed version of the IndyCar engine. More common engine in hill climbing these days. Same with the car, engine found in Alex Summers' DJ. Jack Cottrell. Yes, it's a bit quicker than Payne, slower than Coles. 44.06 for Jack Cottrell. These times are getting a bit slower, in fact. That's a good 2.8 seconds slower. What did Dave Doune do? 43.02. Dave safely through junction. Trevor Willis behind him, about to leave the line. Beats Bray and through the S's. And it's a 42.20 for Dave Doune. Trevor Willis only finished 11th in the first runoff to August earlier on today. Hope you do this afternoon. That's a better run from Trevor. 41.31 from Trevor Willis. Maybe third quickest at the moment for Trevor. Certainly one of his better runs this weekend. Just behind David Warburton. Does it Wallace Mingles now? 3.3 litre Versa that goes with XD engine. That's a 40.63 for Wallace. Wallace makes 40.63. Just slower than Sean Gould's time for this run. So Sean's still the fastest qualifier for this run. Will Hall now. 30-second mark. The three Gould time very close together earlier on. And just like now, Ryder's car, whose car seems to starting okay now. And Will Hall actually 39. 39.77 for Will Hall. That goes quickest now. And Matt Ryder, what can he do? Difficulties out there. Hill could be a 41, maybe 41, something 41.88 for Matt Ryder. It's a safe qualification, but it means he will be going first in the runoff again, as he's slower than Sean Gould. And now get Stu Rob and the Venerable Pilby. The track is dry. Can he break George Cohill's record? The record of the programme is for the different class. This is class N he's in. Suppose racing cars up to 1990. He was quicker than the record by a couple of seconds in practice on the dry track. I don't think he has a slower time this time though. Yep, it's a 50.76 for Stuart. The same almost as he was the first run. So I'm not sure what went wrong in that run for Stuart Robb there. He certainly did a sub-record time yesterday. in practice. Yeah, I mean, he's at 44.6 yesterday in practice. And that's just today. Obviously, the wet time 50.9, and in that time they are on a pretty dry track, 50.76. But I'm sure we'll be back again in September. So that's the end of the class runs for that. This afternoon we shall now be having the top 10 tin top challenge, followed by the top 12 British Hillclimb Championship runoff. So we've got Laura Wardle, followed by John Wood, Jeff Tremblay, John McKenzie, Richard Weaver, Stuart Wood, Jonathan Williamson, Jock Ramsey, Donald McCaskill and Simon Bainbridge are your 10 runners for the top 10 tin top. I said that right that time. Top 10 tin top. Do it again. Top 10 tin top challenge. Second round of this year's five meetings we have the tin tops at. And this is the first weekend we're having them. Look at the class positions in the Class L for racing cars. Winning the class is Will Hall, 39.77. Second in class, Sean Gould, 40.49. And third in class, Wallace Minges, 40.63. Jack Cottrell is fourth in class, 41.28 from his first run. And fifth in class, coming up well, is Trevor Willis in a 41.31. Matt Ryder is sixth in the class at 41.88. And David Uren seventh at 42.20. The Class K2, the fourth induction class, won by Alex Cole with his first run of 42.69, from Paul Hames at 43.45, and Les Much at 44.98. Jonathan Varley won the up to 2 litre normally aspirated class despite his off there in the second run. He had a 43.21 for his first run. Second place, Aaron Colborne, 44.66. And then we have to go back down actually to Andrew Colborne, third place of 55.48. Ian Tucker did not take his second run in that class. Up to 6th LCC, David Warburton winning a 41.27. Jason Tunnicliffe, 46.41. Alan Warburton, 47.3. And Andy Short, 51.31. So here comes Laura Wardle up to the start line for the start of this top 10 Tin Top Challenge runoff. So Laura Wardle and John Wood will go to the top, and then we'll come back down again. Laura's up to top of his spray now. That's for the S's. And anyway, the finishing line at 62.97, 62.97 for Laura Wardle. John Wood's off the line now. Junction now. Running 5 seconds quicker than Laura Wardle, 8 seconds at the S's, so he should be in the 50s, low 50s, 54.03 for John Wood. And here they come back down, those two cars. Yes, just to confirm the time for John Wood. For that run was a 54.03. Appearing on the screen at the moment. Maybe because that's... I'm not sure why that has appeared. I'm sure the... Maybe because there's maybe that's a rogue time there for John Wood, I'm not sure. I'll have to wait and see. But it's not appearing on the screen.
There you go. Did you see something? I know I see it. See it.
So if both times are going to disappear off there. So we've had those 2 times in for Laura Wardle and John Wood. We've now got Jeff Tremlow coming up to the line. Oh, we've got the times now back up again. So a good time there for John Wood, 54.03. Jeff Tremlow leaves the line, so I think the history are showing that to the times, but they're up there now. John Wood 54.03 and Laura Wardle 62.97. As Jeff Tremlow and the Subaru leave the line and halfway up towards Oak Tree now. And he's up towards Garden Gate. And up towards Junction there. So Jeff was 9th in the first runoff. And he's running wide at the top of his spray on very uncharacteristic Jeff Tremlow. And a bit wide at the top of his spray onto the glass, but he carries on going. And he's safely through the top corner and over the finishing line in a time of 57.89. 57.89, going into second place at the moment. John McKenzie in the Ford Lotus Cortina now leaves the line. Mackenzie up through to Junction. Just a bit slower than Jeff Tremlow in this case. And only 62 miles per hour through Junction for John Mackenzie. Much neater than Jeff through the top of his spray. But it looks like a bit high 59s maybe for this run. 59.53 for John Mackenzie. Put with the third place of the 4 runners so far. Now Richard Weaver, the only Citroen Saxo driver we see in this runoff. Tom having had a spin on the middle of his spray and not Tom rather having a spin in the middle of his spray, not qualifying. So Richard Weaver. Richard Weaver coming up through the S's. And he's across the finishing line in a 57.47, which takes him to second place behind John Wood. Although John Wood's time seems to have disappeared off the ladder on screen. Here's Stuart Wood. Oh, and John Wood's back again. So a few issues now with the displayed, but hopefully they're all clear now. So Stuart, who had a fairly slow run in the first runoff, finishing 10th position. Much slower than his qualifying time. It's a lot better this time up. So you should get more points from this runoff. 52.45, and that's well into the lead now for John Wood. 52.45. Jonathan Williamson in the Porsche, maybe quick off the light, 2.48. And Jonathan Williamson coming up to junction now. And through the kink of the meadow and the water V spray. He finished in third place in the runoff the first time up. But that's a bit slow this time, 55.87 for Jonathan. Puts him to third place now, but he won't hold that position. Here's Jock Ramsey. Ran the first wet runoff on slicks. And the same time as going for this dry runoff. See how he gets on. He was fourth, despite that running on slicks. He was fourth in the first runoff. But that's a really good time from John Wood. 52.45. The sun bathes down here. Shadows lengthening, and Jock Ramsey into the shadows of the Essex, back out again. Up at the moment in time, quite wide at the last corner. 51.94 takes the lead. 2 to go. Here's Donald McCaskill. Can he give a challenge to Simon Bainbridge? He's a class record holder in his class. Miles per hour through the speed trap for junction. Up at the moment on previous fastest time. The 40s, this one will be 47.72. Donald McCaskill takes the lead, and that's a big challenge now for Simon Bainbridge. 51 seconds the first runoff. He's up at the moment at junction by half a second. Good challenge to Donald McCaskill, 38 through the S's. He should be very close to McCaskill's time, and I think he's going to beat it. 47 seconds exactly for Simon Bainbridge, so Simon Bainbridge wins the second runoff of the day for the Tintos. 47 seconds exactly. And since the first run he won in 51 seconds exactly. He obviously a very precise driver there. So Simon Bainbridge wins from Donald McCaskill in second. Jock Ramsey gets third this time from Stuart Wood and John Wood. Jonathan Williamson slips to sixth from his earlier third position. Richard Weaver, another good result in the Saxo, in seventh position. And Jeff Tremlow in eighth. John McKenzie 9th, and Laura Wardle picking up the last point in 10th position. So that's your two runoffs for the Tin Top Challenge, and obviously it leaves Simon Bainbridge with 2 wins in the lead with 20 points. So the positions after those two Tin Top Challenge runoffs is Simon Bainbridge with a full house of 20 points, leads the way from Jock Ramsey in second with 15, and Jonathan Williamson third on 13. Then we've John Wood with 11, Richard Weaver with 10, and Tom Weaver and Donald McCaskill equal with 9 points each. So now here's Matt Ryder coming up for his top 10 run. Really warming up those rear tyres there, Matt. So once again he's having to run first, having been slower than Sean Gould in the runoff. He qualified in 6th position actually, and he stalled the car this time again. Let's start again. No. And Matt's away. 2.15 is a good 64-foot time for Matt Ryder. And top, and this is a 38.63. 38.63 for Matt Ryder. So the rest of the runners should be as follows, but Les Much will be the next runner, but obviously his car, the Stugden car, will not be fit to run, so we'll only have 11 runners in this runoff. So Les will be a non-starter. Aaron Colborne is qualified again for the runoff. He'll be off field. The next car we see, then Paul Haynes and Jack Costrell. Then we have Alex Coles, Dave Uren and Trevor Willis. David Warburton, Wallace Mingus, Sean Gould and Will Hall. So can Will Hall make it 2 runoffs in a row? We shall find out very shortly. As the tin tops come down. Thank you to them for their entertainment today. Congratulations to Simon Bainbridge on his 2 wins. Glad to see Donald McCaskill got out in the afternoon. And congratulations to Jock Ramsey with 2 good runs to be in 2nd place after the weekend, just ahead of Jonathan Williamson. So there's also a special big well done to Tom Weaver in the first run, coming 2nd in the first runoff, although unfortunately not qualifying for the 2nd. So I'm sure the next 4 rounds of the Tin Top Challenge will be equally as exciting and varied, I think, in the different models of car which you've seen here today. So here comes Aaron Colborn to the line, qualified yet again for a runoff here at Doune. So Les Moch will not start because of damage to the car. So Aaron guaranteed a 11th place, which will be his best runoff position. Just about 2.5 seconds slower than Matthew Ryder. Here's the comparison we're looking at. Time for Aaron Colborn is 43.54. 43.54. Now Paul Hames. And here's Paul being pushed up towards the starting area. Paul's son William is also competing in hill climbs now. Competed last year for the first time, sharing a Renault Clio with James Wills, and they're concentrating on the HSA Speed Championship this year. Well away from Paul this time, 2.18. Just 300 slower than Paul and then Matt Ryder. Lost the Garden Gate times at the moment, possibly being knocked out of kilter by some of the bumps they've had down there. 111 for Paul in speed trap, and he's 1200 up on Matt Ryder at the moment. So could Paul screen ahead of Matt and top half of the hill now. He's lost it right now though. Probably the power of the Gould telling up East Bray, but it's a good run from Paul Hames. 39.10. 39.10. Puts him to second place. Here comes Jack Cottrell. Jack Cottrell, not just a good qualifying for Jack this time. He qualified fourth for the first run off, but this time he's further down the field. So hopefully his qualifying run was a blip. Leaves the line. 2.19, very similar time to Paul Hames. And Jack just 1/10 down on Paul Hames at the moment. And he's more power up the hill there, but it's still 0.28 for Jack Downing. on 38.93. It puts him in second place. He picked up time there at the end, just 3/10 behind Matt Ryder. Now Alex Coles. Alex Coles leaves the line, 2.24. And the quickest so far of all the runners to junction, 20.5 seconds. It's a little bit to the S's, but still very close to best time so far, 38.74. 38.74 goes second. Just 1100 slower than Matt Ryder. So it's Ryder from Coles, Cottrell, Hames and Colborne. Now Dave Duran. Dave Duran now in the GR55B. 3.5 Nicholson McLaren V8 engine in the back. Traction control for the car this year. David 7th in the first runoff. 0.3, not a great start there from Dave off the line. Quickest so far though to junction, time wise. He should have the power to get ahead of Matthew Ryder perhaps in this case, but he's lost time again in that last section there. So it's a slow time, 39.31 for Dave. He was doing very well, and all of a sudden between junction and the top of the hill he lost some time there, so 39.31 puts him down in 5th position. Trevor Willis, not a great first run off, in 11th position. So we're looking to score some points in this one. Not a great season, Trevor. Failed to qualify at the first 2 Gersten rounds. But currently in 6th position. And the first driver under 20 seconds to junction. So this Trevor back in form again. Oh, big twitch off his brave, but 1 second ahead now at the S's. It's a great run now from Trevor Willis. 37.70. Well done, Trevor. Back in form again. Goes to the top of the pile. So the benchmark now is Trevor Willis, 37.70 and 19.55 to junction. Dave Warburton leads the line in the 1.6 litre Gould. Just over 20 seconds, 20.18. That's the second quickest actually up to junction. So that's going to be another quick run from David. A bit twitchy, a bit of deep spray, but controls it well and he's on his way. Slightly down on Trevor Willis, but it will be a 38.01. Goes into second. So just the big three goals to come. As well as Ming is first of those three. Next little tyre burn there after he stalled it, up to the line. Lined up and ready to go. Should be a very quick 64-foot time from Wallace. And it is 2.08, the quickest to 64 feet. So he's 19.24, that's half a second up on Trevor. Through the S's shortly. No great issues on the run. Half a second, definitely half a second now up on Trevor, so should take the lead. 36.90. Does indeed. So Wallace Ming is 36.9.8 up in Trevor Willis. So it'll be good haul of points here for Trevor. Guaranteed to finish fourth at the worst. As Sean Gould comes to the line. Sean's away. 2.08, same as Wallace off the start line. Now Wallace was 8 miles per hour slower than Trevor Willis up to the junction. Here he comes. Sean up to 19.26, very similar to Wallace, so 200s behind. So this could be a close run thing now. Into the S's, he's picked up 0.26 ahead now for Sean Gould, and it's a 36.57, takes the lead. 36.57. Like 2.08 seconds as well. He's on a flyer here, Will Hall. too quick for the cameras. But we're waiting for him now, coming up to the junction. Here he comes. And below 19 seconds, 18.97, 127 miles per hour. Oh, a heavy braking and top of each brake, and he's gone off. He's gone off the top of each brake, straight on at the top, just too quick into each brake. So that's a failed run there for Will Hall, unfortunately. It looked so good there, but just coming up to top of his brake, you can see the puff of smoke as the brakes locked on, and he couldn't turn the corner. So he's going off onto the right. Top of his brake should be. So that's a failure for Will, unfortunately. So, while we wait to hear about Will, we have Sean Gould won that runoff from Wallace, Mingies, Trevor Willis, David Warburton, Matthew Ryder, Alex Coles, Jack Cottrell, Paul Hames, Dave Duren and Aaron Colborne. So you can see Will Hall standing there on the edge of the screen, so he's obviously okay. And the recovery car just going up the hill now to pull the Gould back out again. So that was an unfortunate finish here for Will in that run. He went very quickly. He was 0.3 of a second up on Sean Gould. Going to junction, just going across East Bray, going across the meadow into East Bray, just a bit quick. The top of East Bray, locked up him and straight on. So unfortunately, that's a no score for Will. A replay now of Will coming up here very quick into East Bray, after East Bray, the second braking mark just locks up and straight off the edge of the screen. Fortunate to fail the white grass version these days. Yeah, so the recovery vehicle now up to the top of the Bray, and we'll be bringing Will's car back, hopefully undamaged or limited damage to the car. But Will there to supervise the rescue operation. So unfortunate into the day here for Will, but the victory in the runoff for Sean Gould at 36.57. Wallace Mingus 36.9. Trevor Willis third in 37.7. David Warburton fourth in 38.01. Matt Ryder 5th, 38.63. Alex Cole's 6th at 38.74. Jack Cottrell 7th, 38.93. Paul Haim 8th in 39.10. Dave Uren 9th, 39.31. And Aaron Colborne pick up a point there. His first ever Hillclimb Championship point. Aaron Colborne 43.54 in 10th position. Here's a car coming off onto the track. The front wing missing, but everything else seems to be running straight. So an unfortunate end for Will's day there, but just trying to look at the points at the moment. Thank you very much for all watching on streaming online. Thank you very much to Rich Danby and Eleanor for providing such a great coverage once again. Particularly with all the bad weather, I think the cameras are probably getting a bit damp towards the end perhaps, but certainly we had some great footage from them as usual. We shall see them again at Harewood in a couple of weeks' time. Thank you to the marshals, busy right until the end there, as Will cruises up the top of the hill to turn round to the paddock at the top. Thank you to organising committee, Lothian Car Club, scrutineers, first aid people, recovery vehicle. Fortunately no need for the fencing people today, and hopefully all the drivers are okay, that had bumps etc, and the cars will be repairable. Next championship meeting is in 2 weeks' time at Harewood, where they will be streaming again. Thank you to all the sponsors. Thank you to all for watching and for coming to Doune to watch today in this mixed weather conditions. So John Brown here signing off from Doune, and we shall be back here at Doune in September for the penultimate round of the championships. So we may still have championships to decide at that point, and hopefully we will have another good weekend. Perhaps better weather for the main competition days, but signing off now from Doune in Scotland, and look forward to seeing you all again at Harewood in Yorkshire.